Going around the table, Bones and Joseph in the last seat. May have an additional player hop on with us as we go through the night. And speaking of hopping on, hop in the chat, say hi to Mike and I. We would be glad to interact with you guys. As we get the first double board PLO bomb pot dealt here. Looks like a quarter per person. And we'll look at the equities here and figure out who has what. So far, Bones with a whole lot of not much. He does have a pair of aces, but don't get too excited about top pair in a bomb pot. Looking for sets and nutted draws. Jenny with top pair and the nut flush draw. And she's going to bet 200, full pot. That should thin the field. And thins the whole field. And
takes it.
Nothing wrong with betting and taking it in a bomb pot. If you're not chopping, that's typically a pretty good sign in a bomb pot, even if it's just the ante. So starting off where she left off, last week, as I said, had a huge night along with Bones in the 8 seat, both winning in the 5-figure range. Of course, that was a 5-10-25 game, so a little bit lower stakes tonight, but a lot of action players at the table. So Dante, Mosquito, Manny, all well known for not being afraid to put a chip in the pot.
Well, Kyle, I feel like I heard Uncle T saying they all agreed to possibly put the straddle on.
Yeah,
so even smaller, still might blow the game up a little bit with that straddle on.
Yeah, I think the $10 straddle is definitely it makes a big difference.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good point, Mike. I mean, the difference between playing a $5 big blind and a $10 big blind is not insignificant. We'll hopefully be seeing some hole cards here momentarily. There we go. Jenny with ace-jack of spades again. She had it in the bomb pot, and she makes it $30 under the gun after the straddle. Does get a call from Manny Fresh. He's got the 10-8 of clubs, and Dante in there with better clubs. So 3 ways to a flop. 5-4 deuce rainbow, and nobody really connecting here, although gutter for Dante with his 6. Checks through quickly, and a queen on the turn, and ace high is still good. 3 ways for Jenny. Checks through again, and the 3 on the river is going to give Dante.
Gives everybody straights.
Yeah, his straight. Yeah, Jenny also with the bottom end of the wheel. She's going to bet 100 calls 100.
Elects to call, yeah.
Manny looking down at 10 high. He'll release that, and Dante going to win decent little pot with his straight. Looking like a member of ZZ Top. Glad to have Dante here with us tonight. So, Mike, you're also one of the esteemed stream dealers. I know you worked a lot of final tables in the recent World Series of Poker that we hosted here. What are the unique challenges of dealing on a live stream? Let's give us the inside scoop.
I mean, the challenges of it. I mean, it's
calling the action back to the
calling the action back to the action track or stuff like that. Actually, it's it's really just a different kind of deal, and it's not necessarily a challenging thing. Okay. It's just different
kind of flow and mechanics.
It's a different flow in your mind too when you're speaking the action and dealing the cards. So it's the communication from the back. Like it's different, but it's just Yeah, it's just a little different. It's nothing too.
Not overwhelming.
No, I mean
you can chew gum and walk, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, just a different kind of deal, and so but it's a lot of fun being up there with them.
Heck
Like
yeah.
you feel the energy for sure. What we got here?
Yeah, a couple of kings for Joseph. He's 3-bet to 200. Over the top of a raise by Manny with the suited Dolly Parton. And looks like Ginny has ripped it all in over the top of Joseph with the ace-10 suited. She does, of course, block aces, and GTO Wizard sometimes approves of moves like this, depending on the situation. But she's going to get snapped, although you're never really in that bad of shape typically unless you're up against exactly aces. So she still has still going to win a third of the time. And that's a big flop for her. Flops 2 hearts. Now a 10. More outs for Jenny. River bricks. And the kings of Joseph will hold. He's up to $2K in his stack. Early $1,000 winner. Always nice to win the first big one, right, Mike? It just kind of sets the tone. It's nice to be betting and raising with profit.
Yeah, yes, you got some more betting chips now, some more prospecting
Yeah.
chips. Yeah, for sure. For sure. They're
I
going
like
a little
the
bit easier.
prospecting chips.
Yeah, like you're digging for gold.
Just have to be sure you don't get upstuck but with too much prospecting.
Yes.
All the players buying in somewhere between 1K and 2K. It's like Mosquito bought in for 1,500. I'm sure Ginny, there she goes. She's adding on.
This match, Kyle?
Looks like they did agree on match. That was a little up in the air. The $10 big blind was also negotiated. So we give a little freedom to the players to kind of mold the game. But I see she grabbed a couple orange chips to tack on the top. MMA in chat. Welcome back as always. Doing well. Hopefully same for you. Mike and I will be with you guys until 10 o'clock Central tonight from Austin. Maybe a hair past as we got started a tad late. And also, if you're just joining and you notice there's no table audio, that will be picking up here in the near future. As we got a raise from Uncle T with the crabs, and Manny just going to flat with the ace-queen. Oh, and 3-bet from Bones, and he's got rockets right off the bat. And Joseph, having just doubled up, he 4-bets with ace-jack suited, and we've got a mess.
This game is wide open.
Yeah.
That's those prospecting chips he's putting back in there.
Uncle T's thinking, wow, I thought I wanted to see a flop with my 3s, and I just got immediately 3 and 4-bet. So what does Manny want to do? After just flatting Uncle T, his ace-queen is under-repped, and he is going to be disappointed after making this call because, without a doubt, Bones, $1,000 already in the middle. He's got 1,800 in his stack. I feel like we're about to see a rip.
Yeah. That seems like it makes the most sense here.
There we have a little table audio. Just in time to hear Bones say all in. No, he did not. He does say all in.
Yeah.
I was like, is there a world where he bets 2/3 of his stack? I don't think so. So he's all in and set to win a nice pot if he can get Manny to fold here, and even better pot probably if Manny calls.
Yeah.
Although wouldn't even have to show it down. This looks incredibly strong. Of course, Bones being the pre-flop. Well, of course we're pre-flop, but
pre-flop
the initial 4-better.
Yeah.
He's uncapped.
Remember in 2 Manny only called the 35 from Uncle T, then kind of got stuck a little bit.
Ooh,
calling
he makes
in there.
the call.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a $4,200 pot on hand number 4, and Manny's in a lot of trouble. He did run into aces twice last week, so another unfortunate spot for him. Looking for a lot of red cards or some straightening cards. They're going to run it twice. And that's straightening cards.
Whoa.
Just flops the stones.
Whoa.
So Manny's going to get a rebate. And actually, because of the pre-flop action, he's going to get a decent profit when it's all said and done. If Bones loses twice, there's a queen.
Oh, no.
Oh, say it isn't so. Queen and a queen only, and does not come. So Bones.
Wow.
Dream spot for him, but will only take a small profit from this one.
Never thought after that start of that second board, the start of the second board, there's a sweat for the aces.
Yeah, what are the chances? Yeah, especially when you flop a straight and you don't really use up any of your, quote, outs.
Yes.
Obviously, straight is
considered outs, we think, right?
Exactly.
The multiple queens in the deck, yeah.
Yeah, that's a sweaty one.
On the 5th hand.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had our first, what is that? I guess that's an interesting spot. Yeah, we've had, was that a 5-bet all in from Bones, I suppose? Or did we count that right? Was that 6-bet?
I think it's
No, it was, the 4-bet. Or 5-bet.
It was the 5, yeah. He was the 5 to put it in.
MMA, exactly right. Yeah, we've got action and blood, and we're only on hand number 5.
Blood in the streets.
And somehow nobody up or down huge, as Manny with a pretty fortunate flop on that first run out. And I don't know how the negotiation went, but if Bones said, yeah, it's okay to run twice, he's glad he said that now.
Yeah, that you could say again. Just flops gin. Just opens gin.
It's so odd how many times I feel like I've seen that too. It's just like. So now we go from, Ginny's not going to stand for limping. She raises up the 7-6 suited to 65. And Mosquito's turn with ace-jack suited. 3-bet comes in, 175. A little on the smaller size. Jenny I was about to say something completely wrong. I didn't think she was going to fold, but doesn't want to play the suited connector out of position, and I don't know how much. I would imagine Jenny and Josh have played a fair amount of poker together.
This first 6 hands we played, everybody who looked down and saw an ace raised, and everybody looked down and saw an ace, even though somebody ace raised before, they raised again. Every time.
It is kind of interesting too, going to the table dynamics coming into this, because some people typically play bigger, some people typically play maybe a little smaller. So it's always kind of interesting when those two worlds meet at a certain stake level.
With the pressure and just putting it on people, redistributing pressure.
Yeah, the higher stake players might tend to over bluff because the money isn't as big, but the players playing up might tend to play a little more timid. And we're gonna get a lot of action. Although that if Uncle T had the ace of diamonds, this would just be unfair. But middle set for Dante and middle pair for Uncle T, and of course Dante gets bailed out on the monotone flop. The boat immediately on the turn, and gonna have a tough time squeaking any more money out of Uncle T here. It's like Uncle T is checked. Big over bet, it looks like, from Dante, and quick fold from Uncle T. Could have been uglier. I was about to say we've all been in the spots where you've been grinding all day for hours, just waiting for that spot to flop a set, and then it's the monotone board.
Yeah,
it's such a deflating thing. Of course, Dante gets the immediate board pair, but
Comfort board pair on the turn.
yeah, exactly. What do we got from you so far? Comfort board pair.
Comfort board pair.
And prospecting chips.
Yeah, these aren't technical terms.
Yeah.
Guys, you're not going to find these in the books. It's the feel of it's just like the feel play, you know.
Yeah. No, I'm feeling those terms. Dante, Queen Jack off. Looks like there is a $20 straddle this hand, so Dante is limped. And Mosquito going to go ahead and raise with King Jack offsuit. Makes it 75. Gets a call from Dante. Dante has got a dominated jack and that ace high nobody loves seeing. Ace 9-6 rainbow and betting a quick fold. We'll move on to the next one. Typically we get through around 100 or so hands, so like I said, we'll be with you until the final bomb pot, which usually happens shortly after the 10 o'clock hour. See Kyle Yin in chat saying Frank Z is a low-key pro. Glad to have Frank in the game tonight. Couple of 10s now for Joseph. Makes it 30 to go. Gets called in a couple spots, and ace Trey, and Joseph still well in the lead with his pair of 10s. Always a little worried that somebody could have called you with a lot of ace X, but... And Dante's going to put Joe in a weird spot here. He's going to raise his $30 bet with total air, and this is a Dante kind of thing to do. Manny gets out of the way, and Joseph's got to think, how many more streets do I want to play out of position? But he is undeterred. He makes the call. See if Dante can keep telling the story that he's got trips. 4 of spades on the turn. Check, check. Looks like Dante took his one shot to take it down and did not work. And not the easiest call to raise by Joe on the flop, but does pay off, and he'll take down 352.
There's a place, too, where Joe probably felt that he'd have seen a little bit more aggression with stuff like that, with the aces. And as we've been seeing the first 10 hands of the game, it's just been raise, re-raise, raise, re-raise, whatever ace they ended up having.
Yeah, no. It's obviously if you have the ace, a lot of people are just going to, well, you do have to build a pot. Raising or smooth calling, kind of tough. But
he was first in there with the 10s also, right?
He was,
yeah. That looks very strong.
Yeah, but a lot of people, if they show up to the table with a jaded attitude, they get raised there and they go, oh, of course somebody flopped their bases. Not Joseph. Hung in there tough. Took down the pot. So raised to 30 by Mosquito, and by the way, one of the best local poker nicknames. Ace 3-4, 4 players. Another rainbow board. 9 on the turn is going to pair bones. Checking through to a 6 on the river. Gives Uncle T a pair that is no good. Looks like Bones threw a little green chip out there. Got a call from Uncle T, which is understandable after making third pair on the end. No good. Bones will take another one down. Yeah, Bones gave Uncle T a pretty good price. Just to keep him honest there.
See what they're doing, yeah.
Kyle Frisbee and Mike Ricciardi here with you guys tonight. Austin, Texas. This is, of course, TCH Live. Thanks, everybody who's hopped on with us thus far. Already quite a bit of action through the first 10 hands or so, although not on that one. Manny just takes that one down with the king-queen off. Frank Z with the raise to 75. The ace-4 of hearts. Solver loves the ace wheels in deep stack poker particularly. Gets a call from Mosquito with 10-8 off. So we'll go heads up to the flop. Frank going to be in position for the remainder of the hand. And a little something for everybody. Frank with top pair and a lot of something. He's got top pair nut flush draw. Kind of dream flop when you're playing the ace-4 of hearts. And Mosquito makes the call. Turn is jack of clubs. Mosquito in a bit of trouble here with just a pair of eights. Albeit, I think he's probably going to elect to exit stage left now that Frank has fired big on the turn. Does let it go. Great shirt tonight, by the way, Mosquito. Race from Uncle T with the K9 Wolf. 35 bucks. Gets called by Manny and Dante in there as well. Jenny going to go prospecting with her pair of deuces and Mosquito as well. And there's a 4 in the window for Mosquito Josh. Big flop for him as well as Dante. He flops top pair with an open ender. So two of the more aggressive players at the table probably going to be putting some chips in this pot. Manny also with a piece. And he's going to raise, get a quick call from Dante. Just a call from Mosquito. A lot of turn cards he may not like, and that is not one of them. He has a full house, and now can just go into pure extraction mode. Unfortunately, checks through.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and the river gives Dante the straight, and he has bet $200. Boy, the Texan really came out of me on that $200. Mosquito makes it 700, about half his remaining stack. Manny with just top pair here has got a bet and a raise ahead. He will let it go.
There. Now Dante faced with a decision here.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna pay it off.
Yeah.
And Nice hand from Josh. Biggest scooped pot, I believe, at this point.
Yeah.
2K.
A lot of patience too, waiting out his customers.
Yeah, absolutely. He
That card don't fall. He don't.
yeah,
he
if
can't
he
get away with that.
bets too much on the turn, I think Dante. Actually, I think he played it perfectly because I've having seen Dante play a little bit. I think he folds the open ender when the board pairs on the turn to a decent bet.
Especially since Manny's the re-raiser on the flop, right?
Yeah.
So it shows the
Excellent
aggression
point.
to 7 zone good. We got to catch the 3 or the 8 on the river to make this straight if anything. So.
Yeah, it's always a careful balance. You got to start trying to build a pot when you have your monsters, but it's always disappointing if you scare your customers away. Works out perfectly as played for Josh. Uncle T with another king 9. He's going to keep raising it. This of the suited variety. Manny with a pretty hand. Bumps it up to 200. Uncle T makes the call, as well as Dante with his suited connector. Ace high flop. Another rainbow board. Manny does flop a gut shot. Backdoor clubs for both Dante and Uncle T, but Manny bets 150. As the pre-flop aggressor, he's going to have all the aces here. But Uncle T going to come along. Actually does have the best hand, and now he picks up the club draw. Unfortunately, Dante had 2 of the clubs that he needs, only 2 live. And he keeps on firing.
He's reaching.
If Uncle T was going to call that flop bet, I can't imagine him going anywhere now as he picks up the flush draw. River 7 is a brick, and Uncle T
With the
has
check
the
mark.
best hand, but I don't know. The stack sizes are very awkward too. Manny's gonna just have to put them all in. Yeah, and not much Uncle T can do in this particular spot. Does have to let it go. Nice move by Manny. Picks up 2,800. Well, 1K in profit. The 2,860 included the jam, I believe, on the river.
Yeah, no showdown is nice too.
Yeah.
Uncle T there was the under the gun raiser. So under the gun early position, these guys are duking it out. No pair, just drawing, just trying to.
Yeah, I mean
just
that was
fighting over that pot.
True street poker.
Yeah. They were making it up as they went along at that point.
Manny with king 10 now. $50 is the new price. Joe in there with a couple of 6s. Frank, ace-jack offsuit, from the big blind. And looks like he's carving out maybe some squeezing chips. Does just that. Pounces on the squeeze opportunity. And no one hates to fold more than Manny. Does make the call. Joseph, yeah, he's definitely coming along with the 6s now, getting the right implied odds to flop a set. No sets, though, and top pair for Frank. Nobody else with a piece. Oh, I like it. Goes with the small C bet, 125. Gets a call from Manny. Manny's going to need some runner magic. Oh, and there's the 6 for Joseph after folding. Can't blame him, but that is just a gut punch. Gin card comes off, and Frank's going to slow down, and I would imagine he's in check call mode. Manny taking a look at Frank's stack. He's just going to check back.
I was like, I'm 75% certain. But I already threw 200, it's 500.
Be interesting to see if Frank wants to go for some moderately thin value on the river here. Also, if you bet small and get raised, you kind of put yourself in a pickle.
The way Manny played the hand, it kind of looked like maybe he was drawn to something, right? And he kind of wants to leave the bluff opportunity for Manny open possibly as well.
That's a great point, Mike. Yeah, this is a poker training I took at one point. Don't remember which one. It's been so many. I need all the help I can get. But this is an over bluff spot with the misdraw. You can check call is oftentimes the only way you can get more money in the pot. But Frank's going to go for thin value, which is nothing wrong with it whatsoever. And here comes the raise. No, I think it's
reaching.
Yeah.
Posturing. I like that. I like that posture.
Frank giving Manny a good look. Yeah, you can't do it twice. I don't think. I think he's got to fold now.
Yeah,
he lets it go.
He's sitting back there, and he's like, "Does he know that I'm about to bluff here?" Like you know, when you're facing that situation.
We've all done it where we're sitting there, we're thinking about bluffing, and the internal clock gets to a point where you know it's a little face up if I try it now.
I've taken too long.
Yeah, I've taken too long. The window to confidently look like I'm value betting has closed, and I think Manny may have felt that there.
Yeah, I feel like on that hand, he was going to try and go for something, and a couple hands earlier, on the flop that he raised with that 10-7, he checked back on that turn also. So, like, as he was checking back on that turn, he got only one opponent, so he kind of felt like, hey, maybe there's a place where I can call bet diamonds, call raise dangerous boards, or especially being heads up.
Yeah, absolutely. Dante, we've seen him do this before. He likes to occasionally limp with some monsters. He's got ace-king, and he just calls the $20 straddle. See if he can get somebody else to build him a pot. Uncle T with the robbery. Jack 4 offsuit. The famous Robbie. I'm getting a look from Mike. Y'all can't see it.
I was going to say Jack 4. Tell me.
The famous hustler hand where Robbie J.
Oh yes.
Made the call with Jack 4.
Yes.
Versus Garrett Allenstein.
Yes,
Lives in infamy. Bones does make the raise with ace-queen, and he's dominated. Just a call from Dante, and over to Manny with the suited king. Does elect to let it go.
I thought he was going to
So
come
heads
along.
up, and ace-high flop here could be pretty spicy because Dante's hand, as played, Bones is not going to think he's out-kicked, although the queen rolls right off, and Bones vaults into the lead. Also holding the backdoor ace of diamonds. And Dante with the king of diamonds. And he just rips, or excuse me, yep, he rips. Bones calls, and Dante looking for a king and a king only. Or he's going to have to reload.
If you're that generous.
Running it twice. First board going to bones, and second board, both players pair their ace, but no help in bones with a nice pot, 22-16.
Well, I didn't. When he pulls that card, I go like,
Bones up early.
I was pretty right. I think it's just you guys.
What's new?
Yeah, Bones getting the cards.
Yeah, he and Jenny big winners last week, and off to another hot start. I think that may be it for Dante tonight.
No, we do splash pot here.
Yeah,
Instead of
splash pot.
individual pin.
Maybe do like a $200 spot or 300.
I was gonna say 4, but I'm fine with that. If it's too small, like
What do you guys prefer? Just splash pot, yeah.
Whatever.
What size?
no, we do splash pot. We did 500 that night.
Alright, let's do 400.
No. It's like whoever loses,
Yes.
whoever loses pays for the splash pot. They also get to do it.
No. Overruled.
What did somebody? So how do you guys do it? Just
Whoever loses, they just put money in for a splash pot. So instead of everybody getting paid,
Manny's thing is that if you lose a splash pot, you're not allowed to fight for a splash pot.
I'm honestly on board with Manny, but whatever.
You're more on board than Manny. I'm okay with it.
I'm on board to play.
Yeah,
That incentivizes
now.
you.
We'll have to look at grades committee meeting and
I'm not sure what we have going on over here. I think we're trying to talk about doing a splash pot of sorts. Not sure if it's a bomb pot, splash pot. We're about to find out.
Who says yes?
You've already lost it. It's out of your
Put your
season.
hand up. How many people say yes? One yes. Uncle T, you're a yes.
I'll have a committee meeting at a later point. Let's just play it normal.
Joe, yes or no? Yes. 3 people say yes. Okay. Now, how many people want the loser to not win the splash pot? Okay, so the loser.
I would do it too, but it doesn't matter.
Alright, 1.5.
2 and 3. Let's do
He
it both.
doesn't care, and I don't care.
So,
Let's just play it normal.
how about this? We rotate.
No, it's already been decided.
No, this time, the next one, no.
Let's
No,
do this.
no one
How about
wants
if we
to change
rotate
it.
our stacks? Like you and I can switch stacks. We're in 2 bump 3.
I would also like to add that nobody should be allowed to remind Jenny with the splash.
Oh, yeah, and you have to show your hand.
Yeah, if someone reminds you, you get another nip.
This will be the only time that is said.
If someone reminds you,
Oh, you got a show to win the
Yeah,
splash
you
pot.
if someone helps you, they get another nip. But
Didn't the one you forgot to roll your cards over, didn't you win the splash pot on that?
Oh, no, I did. No, I didn't lose it. I didn't lose it in the game. I didn't lose it.
That time?
That time
That's
I
right.
did.
All right, going to a flop, heads up.
That was funny.
Mosquito Josh hits a queen.
It was very funny for me.
Well, as soon as you lost it, we were like, they didn't really pop there.
I think funniest is still going forward.
That's more to say about you than me.
I don't know about that.
That's a good feeling to win the first one.
It always is.
Ah, I see what they did. They put the nit game on, and Josh got rid of his nit button.
It's a nit
First
game.
one.
I didn't open it. I opened it 400. That's how you say it. 35.
Manny is not a fan of other
It's
people.
not a 10-9 of spades. Puts in a raise, makes it 50.
And it wasn't a restrap.
Just you're happy to not have to play.
Frank with the big hand buster, 6-5 of hearts, is going to come over the top, 170.
In tournaments.
Manny comes along. I want to say no surprise.
Yeah, that would be accurate. He's got ace jack, which has been going around a lot tonight. It's always funny how a stream has its own variance. There will always seem to be a hand that's kind of the hand of the night. Stephanie in chat saying, "What's up? Happy hump day back to you." So 3-bet gets called twice, and a king high flop and pair of fives for Frank is going to be the best hand at the moment. Backdoor opportunities for Mosquito, and that's one of them. He's got a pair of tens now. Manny going to take the initiative and bet about 2/3 pot. Yeah, Mosquito's just going to exit.
It's tough. It's tough
Yeah.
for Frank after he checks the flop, right? He checks through on the flop. Manny senses the weakness, and it's just kind of like, you know, if they're not going to bet, I'm going to. So
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those, you could kind of see it on Frank's face. We've all been in that situation where you think, you know, I'm probably good here, but do I really want to take a knife to this potential gunfight?
it's
You know,
when you're coming in first in with the, or you're re-raising hands like that. When the board hits the range, but
Yeah.
your hand doesn't, and you do something backwards, like if you checking there, right? Like it's you kind of have to fire. You kind of have to fire to keep telling the same story, or you're turning your hand into a bluff catcher, and then you're on the turn. You have to face the 170. You have to face something on the river. It's tough. It's only going to get
no
worse
fun
for you.
playing two streets on your heels.
Yeah. Out of position as the. It's tough spot after checking that flop.
Yeah, I'm out of there too. $20 straddle on from Mosquito, and get caught up here in a moment. It's not a 3-bet. He is in the fourth
shroud.
blind, yeah. Jenny was 6'3", going to try to pick up some dead money. She makes it 100. This is actually the initial raise, not a 4-bet to 100. That's good enough to win her. Was it 45 bucks, $47? Which is 2 salmon platters at the TCH restaurant.
Yes, it is. Rice and broccoli.
Yeah, I got to enjoy one of those pre-stream. You had your
Parfait. I had a parfait,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
So manly of you, Mike.
No, it was a little sweet. You know, I just want some fruit.
That's true. Got to keep the antioxidants up.
Yeah, the berries.
Yeah.
Good berries, yes, sir.
Got Rob in chat saying Manny is cleaning. Yeah, he certainly has gotten some moves through early on here. Also, huge bailout versus Bones with the ace queen flopping Broadway. But sometimes you need one of those. Did run it twice and chop the pot, however.
I still can't believe that first board
Yeah.
was so clean.
I think it was hand number 4.
Yeah,
just
clean board for Manny.
Just
right in
the
that first
stones. 3 ways to this king high flop, and that's trips for Mosquito with the ace, and he's bet $50. Fortunately, on boards like this, your opponent's less likely to have connected unless obviously they have a king, and it's not the case. Although Manny still with ace high, yeah, he'll let it go.
They just let in, trying to sniff out that king. Couldn't find one.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, Mosquito's 1 for 2 on his monsters, which isn't the worst percentage. You know, he turned that full house earlier and got paid when Dante made the straight on the river. So,
I mean, he knows too. Like, he knows too leading in there too. You got Manny in here. Manny's playing some hands. Manny's playing a little light too. So.
Yeah, and such a small pot too. At some point, you have to start building a pot so that there's reason for people to put a little more money in on future streets. And I think the biggest key in those is do what you're supposed to do, and if nobody has anything and you win a small one, just move on to the next one. Don't let it be tilting. Race to 60 for Manny with the Queen Jack O, and Bones going to spice it up with the Jack 6 suited. He makes it 300. Joseph, King 8 suited on the button and begrudgingly folds it. And here's Mosquito facing a raise and a 3-bet, and he's got ace queen. He's going to make the call. Cold calls the 3-bet. One thing about cold calling the 3-bet in this spot is that almost screams an ace-queen type of hand, but also pretty tough to just fold it, and pretty big 3-bet from Bones. What are you going to do, make it 1,000, half, you know, such a large percentage of your stack. So we're going to go heads up, Bones versus Mosquito Josh. 8-5-3, and Mosquito checks over to Bones, and Bones going to put in the C-bet, and I think he's got all the 10s, the jacks. Mosquito will go ahead and lay it down.
Getting rid of the knit button. That's what, when you stepped away for a second, that's what ended up happening. I thought they were doing a splash pot or whatever. They actually just brought the Nick game on.
Oh, we do have the Nick. Okay.
They brought the Nick game on. And Josh, in that spot when they're heads up too, Josh already first hand, he got rid of the knit button. So there, I mean. Just get away from it. Let Bones get rid of his.
Yeah, so it looks like you got Frank, Uncle T still with their red buttons. They kind of blending in where they're sitting, but you can see the little bit bigger, brighter red button. Loser does pay a splash pot tax, which we'll see.
That's what it was. Yeah,
that time, yeah.
We got the. I think we have the 25 on from Manny. I think that's what I saw. Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, makes the call, and Bones goes from playing Jack 6 suited straight into Ace King versus King 8, and there's top pair, top kicker for Bones. With the King of Spades, if you were to need it.
Just talking about being with the current, like Bones is just like re-raising the Jack 6 in position, continues to flop, gets the fold. Next hand has the hand, flops the ace. You know,
his decision making on these streams is most impressive for sure. I know some people I've heard say, and this is true, you know, for some of the gimmicky type streams, I won't name any in particular, but where you play crazy side games and it's just a lot of, you know, jamming and not a whole lot of real poker. If you watch these streams and if you want to learn how to, you know, maybe something you want to add to your game, I definitely recommend pay close attention to the way Bones operates. You'll pick up a thing or two.
And it's clear he's very comfortable doing it too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he always looks pretty relaxed. And he's relaxed his way up $1,800, and actually you could argue very easily could be $3,800 if
Man doesn't
First
look-
run out isn't Broadway early on, but that's a pretty good hourly.
Yeah, but could have been the opposite way too when they elected to run it twice, right? It
Well,
could've
yeah,
been-
that queen did come off on the second board. There was a way. That would have been a pretty nasty way to lose both boards with aces versus ace queen.
Seems like they'd be a profit for
To make me sell.
5 deuce for Mosquito. $50. It's a call from Manny with queen 6-0, and Joseph with his nit betting also in there along with Bones. Deuce Trey and Mosquito. He's been hitting some of these flops. He's the second time he's had trips. Flopped a set earlier, and see how he wants to play this. He goes ahead and bets 75 and trying to come up with a reason for somebody to continue, and there just is not. He's going to win another small one.
I was voted in my high school yearbook as most likely to have a deuce.
hard to take a deuce.
From trips to ace king. Under the gun. $50 raise for Mosquito.
He's playing like Bones. Jack 6 of clubs finds the
Yeah,
ace king. 5
yeah.
deuce hits the board, finds the ace king.
That is some deja vu for sure. Frank, not a believer. He's got king 6-0 and makes it 200, and be curious to see how Mosquito wants to approach this. Frank does have his nip button and just a flat for Mosquito. Ace 7 deuce, and just like Bones, flops top. And a big air ball for Frank, and Mosquito has checked over to him, and Frank's going to take a stab of 250. Just a smooth call for Mosquito, and I think Mosquito kind of playing into the nit game being
Yes.
on. He's going to let him keep firing. He kind of went with the whole please check kind of check. Try to look weak. Frank doesn't bite, and Rivers is 7. Value bet comes in for Mosquito, and pretty much 2 ways to proceed: fold or jam for Frank, and one of them's pretty risky and would not work out in this case.
You know, he was playing, he was checking to him on the flop, you know, inducing the bluffs and the calls to the ace and the nit game as well. If he just checks this river to him, he can pretty much, I don't want to say he can get it, he can get the stack or anything, but he's going to get a bet out of him to get rid of that nit button.
Yeah, he's got to take a stab at Frank. It looks like he's going to shut down now.
Yeah,
Oh, maybe not. He double checks the cards.
Well, I was
Gonna
saying
think some more.
I was saying if he checked the river to him.
No.
If Josh checked the river to him, it's like
Yeah.
you're giving him tons of rope. It's, you know, especially when you know where you are too. Like I feel like Josh knows where he is. The board paired 7's nothing new. No draws connect. Nothing's there. I mean 4-5, but he's not 3-betting. Dante are going to raise it with 4-5 off. You know.
Yeah.
And
Does let it go. Yeah, I thought we'd probably arrive there.
and Josh
Yeah.
with the look, 5 deuce the hand before ace king here. He just looks at, lets him know.
Frank looks down at that ace king and thinks, "Oh my gosh, I thought about shoving." But you know, I have to say, I admire in any of the players on here that they consider all the options before just doing the kind of obvious thing. You'll notice that about a lot of the consistent winners, you know, and a lot of people would just grab their cards and muck them, say, I missed, or I tried the one bluff. They'll think about raising when a lot of people would not.
I feel like everybody on here is, or a lot of the guys on here are also, you know, they're playing ranges and they're playing hands, and they're playing a lot of spots, so they can see when they get to that last card, when they get to those spots, they know. They've considered all things all the way through the hand too.
Yeah, and like you were saying with the ooh wow, and Joseph all in for 1,500 with the king-9 suited, and Manny's sitting on ace-king.
I mean,
and we know Manny's not going to be folding.
I mean, Manny hasn't even shown a ton of aggression in hands too, so for him to come in raising a little bit like that, so it's Joseph's just probably just trying to get rid of that nit button, as you were saying.
Yeah, I think he believes Manny could be doing this light, obviously, or else he would not do this. But I don't know what Frank, I guess, does still have his nit button, but he lets the 10-7 go. Manny actually going to think about it. I thought we'd have a snap. He does grab a calling chip, and Joseph going to need some help. We're looking for spades or a 9. Going to run it twice. There's some help. Gutter ball for Joseph on the first board. Looking for a queen now, or a 9.
Picked up a couple more outs.
Does not come.
I don't care if someone anymore.
Manny will be getting at least a refund and pretty safe flop on the second board. Looking for a 9 and a 9 only. 3,000 in the middle. Does not come, and Manny gonna win a nice one.
It's where the image pays off.
Certainly. Yeah, that's one of the best aspects of playing a style like Manny is when you do make some hands, you're going to get so much more action. And being on the opposite end of that spectrum can be a pretty frustrating way to play, too. You have a tight image, you finally make a big hand, and if you show one iota of aggression and everybody just sniffs it out immediately.
They run for the hills.
Yeah, it's good to try to. Our friend William Lottie, who is in the commentary booth quite often, always says you want to go from bluffs to value if you can, and that's, you know, if you can get caught bluffing cheap, maybe even early, or you know, show it if you can, set up a chance for getting paid off later in the session.
Frank Z is going to open for 35. Manny looks down, sees a couple of queens. 3 bets it to $1.25.
So we run straight from ace-king right into queens, and Frank going to make the call with the 6-5, and this is, prefer it to be suited, but this is a hand that'll bust some big pairs, and not the flop he's looking for, actually neither for Manny as well, and they check through quickly. Actually a gutter ball now for Frank. That's about a third pot. Manny makes the call. Three on the river, no help, and Frank just in tons of misery trying to get rid of this nit button. I feel for him. He's certainly not a nit, but
here he goes.
Just keeps running into it. And a little over, or about half pot. Yeah, Manny's going to call.
Similar spot here than what he had with the way Josh played the hand with him as well. Manny had position on him. Kind of knew where he was at and turned it into a bluff catcher, and that got Frank to put chips in the pot.
Yeah, I know it just happened, but I think it went check, turn.
The turn, yeah.
Yeah, once you go check, turn, it's kind of hard to say you have a king. Makes it a lot easier for Manny to call there. Here's your V-pips, and
Manny, no surprise.
Yeah.
Up top, 8 out of 10 hands. Gee whiz. He's got plenty of prospecting chips.
And Mosquito in second, also no surprise. Uncle T playing some hands. He's at 32%. Everybody 20 or above. Uncle T disgusted at the 7 deuce.
Folds the 7 deuce and looks off. We got Vamp Swim. Frank is never getting rid of that knit bun. Well, it feels that way.
It's not for not trying, though. He has made a valiant effort. And top pair for Manny. Manny heating up a bit. Middle pair for Frank, and still got that knit button, and he's got a piece again. Bottom pair for Joseph. Manny bets his top pair, and he's going to get called in 2 spots. Turns 10 of diamonds. Doesn't change much, although does change the board texture. And there's trips for Manny. Frank probably feeling slightly better about his queen now. A little less likely his opponent has a king. If he was behind, he can't be behind her.
And he found the call.
Yeah, and Frank calls. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
And Manny going to win another one. Yeah, he saw the eyebrow raise from Frank. He's it's just, yeah.
That king made Frank feel a little bit better, made Manny feel a little bit better. Everyone can't get rid of that knit bun.
Tell you what, I've definitely been in Frank's spot in a knit game on stream, and yeah, sometimes you just think, God, there has to be a spot where my opponent misses, I bet, and they just fold.
Yeah.
Where's the, and sometimes poker gods are just not in your favor.
I had 2 random suited cards.
Joseph here.
Just rips the 5-4 suited. He's determined not to lose the knit game, and Frank makes the call with the king deuce.
I was going to say they must be going for it.
And over to Manny.
Wow.
Does Manny have any? He actually has by far the best hand, the king 9, and it's 2 short stacks. He's getting kind of an interesting price here.
Oh, poor Joe and Frank. Manny doesn't want none of these guys to get rid of their knit button.
Yeah, he does fold.
Manny, that's the best of it, Manny.
Actually, I feel like that's some justice for Frank and Joseph. They should at least be able to play this one heads up. This is for who has to splash the pot, and that's surprisingly fair fight. It's basically a coin flip.
With a little extra on the line.
Yeah, 1K in the middle. Frank looking for king high to hold. They're going to run it twice. First board counts to the knit game. Ace 7, 10. King high still good. Turn is an 8 now. 6, 5, or 4, and there's the 5.
Wow.
And Joseph. Frank
can't find his way.
I can't recall someone trying harder to not lose a knit game and then lose it than maybe Frank in this instance. See if he can at least get a refund on the second board. He's
got the potential scoop going, Joseph. Wow.
Yeah, Joseph just king and a king only, or a queen also would win, and that's no good. And that is one of the more brutal nit games I can recall for Mr. Frank. Joseph gonna scoop a nice one with 5-4 diamonds. Wow, I have to say, after that, are you not entertained? Maybe we might have to run the nit game again sooner than later.
What do they do? What was the nit game for? Was it 400?
Yeah,
100 maybe?
It looks like there's some chips out there in front of Frank.
Yeah. Well, it goes into a splash bar, right?
I'm waiting for a dealer to grab it.
500, 50 a man, 40 a man.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that high, I don't think, for a game this size. Maybe 200 or 300. We'll see. Yeah, here comes.
Looks like 500.
I think I see 3 chips, maybe, but you're. Oh no, maybe 4.
Yeah, 50 a man, 8 ways. That makes sense.
Good call.
Yeah.
One nice thing about the splash pot, Frank does have a chance for a refund if he can win this one. Saw Jenny get a refund at least once, maybe twice last week.
Well, the way the first 29 hands opened up, I got to think that they're going to be fighting for the center here.
Yeah, I'm not worried about passivity on this one for sure. Mosquito with Queen Jack offsuit. Makes it 200, and he would like. And Frank, he wants a refund. He's in there with the Queen Jack also. This pot getting juicier very fast.
I really thought Frank was going to rip it.
So 3-way, 635 in the middle, along with 400 for the splash, and we've got 8-7 tray, and everybody's missed because they've all got the same cards. So this will be interesting to see who can find the gumption to take a stab. Frank checks through yet again, and River's a 9, and Queen High going to be a chop for Frank and Mosquito. So Frank, if he doesn't fold, oh, and he rips it. Let's get that refund, Frank. There is some justice in the world.
Well done, Frank.
Josh sees that he had the same hand. Obviously can't call the all-in.
Real trooper, though, Frank, through that net game. Real trooper.
And so actually the graphics only show what was in the poker, typical poker part of the pot. He actually profited 8 and change there, so pretty close, actually more than a refund on the loss on the final hand to Joseph. Joseph had a little over 500.
Frank just got put in a lot of spots. Like he's just with the net game and stuff. It could have been worse. It could be worse for him right now.
Yeah, it certainly could. And I mean, what a run of. You're in a spot where you've got to bluff a lot, and your opponents just keep flopping top pair. It's going to get expensive if that's how you're running.
It just seemed like he was doing a lot of the right things. He just couldn't get another work for him.
Totally.
With that
Yeah,
game.
totally. Yeah, everything he did made sense.
Yeah, because he's only he's down 11, and 4 of it was from the net game that he's giving away. So it's like he got it back, so and he won a little bit there. So he's not.
Yeah, and it doesn't
hanging.
account for the refund, so I guess he's actually only down 700.
Yeah, he's hanging in there with all the. And imagine if any one of the hands he was in goes the other way, gets rid of the net button, wins a pot. Like it's any one of those hands, which is even though you're stuck, you're still playing good.
Yeah,
you're still keeping yourself in contention.
And long way to go. Only through hand 30.
Yes.
We are, like we always say, there's going to be a lot of worst to first. And Manny with an absolute smashing of the top board. He's got ace, ace, king, 10. Flop is king, king, ace. Does anybody have a big enough piece at the bottom? That's top set for Mosquito on a very wet board on the bottom. set of eights.
Sadly for Manny too, no one else has a king in this hand.
Yeah,
King
case king, I guess, is in the dealer's hand. Queen of 7 of diamonds, queen of clubs on the bottom. Manny bets 150. Ginny calls. Mosquito makes the call as well. And Manny makes the nut flush on the bottom. Wow, he has a scoop of epic proportion. There's 1,000 in the middle. And this is one of the few times where, yeah, he's going to value bet, and I like this. You've got a scooper. You have both boards covered so completely. You got to bet an amount where somebody can make a crying call, and unfortunately, not able to get that out of Mosquito or Ginny, but he wins a nice one.
Oh, you got the terms back.
Wow, what a poetry of a bomb pot if you're Manny. I mean, you just
Every piece of the board can't
yeah,
throw it up
you
anymore.
have the boat. I mean, especially when you have the boat for the security of you. Basically, you're always getting half the pot from the jump, and then to river the nuts. Just one of the most fun spots at a poker table, in my opinion.
Having the scoop in a bomb pot.
Well, especially the way he went about scooping it as well, where you just you're in pile money in with
Potential
no
for the back end,
no
on the bottom
inhibition
board.
from the jump, and then with the back doors, just a
Best hand with
thing of beauty.
super
with the nut
potential,
draw.
Best
Yeah.
potential.
Definite rarity. I try not to tell too many personal poker stories, but yesterday I flopped a set of aces on both flops. Bet real small on the flop. Everybody immediately folds.
No one wanted to realize anything on the turn, eh? Oh.
Well, I was surprised. It was a type of board. There could have been plenty of draws, but no action. And one of them was the boat, which has made me think of it. You know, where it's pretty much locked up one board. Frank Z with the ace-king suited. Makes it 140 now. Gets called by Manny and Mosquito. Manny's got a couple of sevens and 10 high flop, 2 spades. Pretty big flop for the ace-king of spades. Checks through. Turn is a jack. Actually adds a gut shot for Frank. And Manny sevens good at this juncture, and he's going to go ahead and bet. Mountain of outs for Frank, though, and he does make the call. See if Frank can actually get there one time, and cannot. What a run out to just completely brick, and Manny kind of like a block size here. He's going to check, and yeah, Frank just checks back. Has some showdown with the ace high, but Manny will win a nice spot.
I feel like Manny would have called a small bet on the river.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Frank didn't even think about stabbing. Didn't seem.
His best time to stab might have been the turn where he realized another draw, 2 over. I mean, not that he knows he's 2 overs.
Well,
but
and that's where Manny can be tricky because he took the lead there and just led turns. So that looks like a lot of turned, pair of jacks.
could turn into 2 pair or something.
Yeah.
Especially with Manny being Manny, it could be any 2.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
That's also it's when you're back here and you can see what everybody has, you think, I think I could maybe figure that out. When you're out there and the bullets are flying, I've played against Manny a couple times, and your opponent can have any 2 cards. That is a challenging spot, unless, of course, you're able to flop a monster. Frank with the 10-7 suited makes it 70.
Oh, Bones.
Wow, Bones, couple of kings while on break. And middle pair here for Ginny. Some backdoor draws for Frank's 10-7. Smallish pot. Oh, and Bones just a moment too late. He returns. Frank makes a pair of 7s now. Ginny's still ahead.
Oh, Wow.
Ooh,
Frank.
and runner trips. Maybe tide's turning a bit here for Frank. The Ginny will check again. Frank. Front door flush gets there, but Ginny's never checking a made flush in this spot, I don't believe.
You know, when you've been around the bolts like Frank has been so far in this game, it might be tough to find a bet as much as he probably wants to. He's probably gonna, but
Yeah, I think he probably decide. You know, I didn't want to say it. Overbet, I love it.
yeah.
That is such. Going back to what we were saying, Frank ran bad in the knit game, but the way he's played, it's really been fun to watch, and I love the overbet here.
truly fighting in the hands that he's in.
I am, but if you want to change it,
I mean, I know it's
I'd watch that too.
first period, 2 minutes in the game.
And Frank definitely realized he was getting called down here with something, and he definitely realized that that hand is better than what Jenny was calling him, for sure.
Yeah, and Ginny asked for a count, and I've also seen her in some spots similar. She'll find a jam. She does do the right thing and fold this time. Frank, a little smile. But yeah, Ginny, going back to the conversation earlier about considering all options in every spot, she certainly does that as well as anybody. She's not afraid of making a bold move.
Went to high school with Brock Lesnar. Remember him? Yeah, he was a fullback his senior year. He was It was just a huge.
Yeah, the Bones being away when dealt Kings actually last week as well. What a great stream it was. Go back and watch that one if you finish this one and have an appetite for more. It was a brutal spot. We had Dono in the 2-seat, and next to him was Trey, our main event winner of the World Series of Poker Circuit event here recently. And Trey's on a break. Dono gets dealt Kings, and we see Trey had aces.
Wow.
While Trey was on break, and when he found out later, he was like, "Wow, that was a $5,000 break." You know, that's how deep they both were. You could even call that a little run bad for Dono.
Yeah. Did the king come in the door? I didn't see it. And did he end up flopping the king? Do you remember? Or
We didn't see a flop. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose there is always the chance that Dono flops a king, and it was the best break Trey has taken in a while.
well, yeah, with the energy, main event winner takes the break and it's like just totally fades the spot.
Yeah.
That'd be some serious run
Yeah,
good.
that would be some run good. I actually have seen that as well. Somebody away from the table, they got aces, and then somebody would have flopped a set on them.
Wow.
And, yeah, what a spot to fade. Uncle T, ace wheel, makes it 75.
You can't wait. You can't wait. He's been dormant. So happy to have him. Yeah, he's like, I gotta get rid of him.
It's a call from Frank with the suited ace wheel. That's a pair of trays for Frank. Uncle T backdoor nut clubs. Just going to go ahead and c-bet. And a raise for Mosquito. He's a non-believer, and that's going to work. Little well-timed aggression, and knit game back on, and Mosquito will get rid of his knit button with the 4 high.
That's the David Pratt number 1 hand right there. The Woody.
I'll bet value. It's Josh.
That was just Josh again.
Mosquito Josh and Bones up 1,300 and 1,700 respectively, and Manny, the big winner so far, up 4K. Mosquito Josh with the real hand this time, just got the bluff through last hand and makes it 150 with the ace queen.
Not we're on the same page.
It's a call from Bones with 10-8, and we've got a queen high 2-heart flop. Top from Mosquito. He bets 100. Bones makes the call and turns a gut shot. $325 from Mosquito, and sizing up a bit, and that'll get Bones to lay down the gut shot.
You don't have to show this. I had to do so. I had it that time.
Kyle Frisbee with you tonight here in Austin, Texas, joined by Michael Ricciardi here in the booth. Playing some 5-2-5, 10. No limit hold'em. Be with you guys until 10 o'clock Central. Usually around 100 or so hands. Race at 75 by Bones. He's got the queen 10 and his nip button. Joseph makes the call with a couple of 5s. Jenny just rips the king jack suited on the button. And Uncle T wakes up with ace king suited, and he is all in. What a time to wake up with a monster for Uncle T.
Probably shouldn't be saying that when the hand is still alive.
What did he say?
So she's trying to split.
Everybody else folds, and Uncle T in a great spot here with 3,200 in the middle. Gonna run it twice. 9-7 deuce, no help for Jenny other than one club. Another brick on the turn. Uncle T just got to fade the jack. He does. So always nice to win the first one, particularly in the nit game. Uncle T relinquishes his nit button. King on the second board, and more outs for Jenny for a chop. A ton more outs. 11 outs. Does not come, and Jenny cannot get there on the second board. Uncle T going to win a nice one.
Clean double.
You know, sometimes you grind, and poker is hard, and then sometimes the nit game's on. Somebody jams light, you got ace king suited, and it holds. You know,
Yeah.
It's an easy game.
It's definitely nice when that stuff just holds. And just like that, Uncle T back in the green.
Yeah. And Jenny, after a huge win last week, she won, I believe it all said and done, around 16K or so. She's down 3,200, but not even quite halfway done here. So the way Jenny operates, she could definitely be on the other end of that board by the end of the night.
Without question.
As a dealer, do you notice certain players being consistent winners versus, I'm sure you've noticed the people getting stacked a lot because you're having to reload them, but do you have a good feel for who the profitable players are, if just going about your daily
I'll say this.
dealing?
You definitely notice the people who get it in good the majority of time. You know, so you don't know if they're winning, they're losing just at the end of the day, but I mean, if I see somebody getting the money in, I know that if I'm going to play with them, I probably imagine they get the money in better
Most
of the time. Yeah,
That makes sense.
I mean, it's like
Yeah, so
anything.
maybe not so much the end result, but you're just like, yeah, this person isn't putting themselves in a lot of bad spots.
Yeah, I mean, if I see from dealing here 4 or 5 days and I see the person come in 4 or 5 days in a row and I see the person put the money in good,
Yeah.
I got to imagine there's a place where they're probably somewhat profitable, right?
Yeah. That definitely makes sense. And got an interesting spot here. Pair and a flush draw for Frank. Joseph with the better flush draw. And top pair for Mosquito. So a little something for everybody except for Manny. But Manny's the one betting. Joseph makes the call.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mosquito, I mean, this is interesting. I mean, he's flop top pair. Knit game is on. He's got a bet from a loose aggressive player, and he is going to go big. Price of poker has gone up. 1,000 from Mosquito Josh. And now what does Frank want to do? He's flopped a pair and a flush draw, and it doesn't seem like he showed up to do a lot of folding.
Yeah, I got to imagine with the customers in this hand, how they've been doing the stream so far. Nick game being on all these hands positionally, we're gonna see some fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, and Frank, from what I've seen so far, clearly, and he's probably above this, but yeah. So
Wow,
love it.
great fold
I was
from
just about to
Frank.
say I could see him making this fold because he's worried about the better flush draws out there, which is exactly what Joseph has.
Yeah.
So I think going back to what we were saying during the Knit game where he took some body blows, his decision-making has been fun to watch and seemingly pretty spot on, particularly in that case. So Joseph all in with his draw, and Mosquito calls a little bit more. And we're going to have 2,800 in the middle.
After all said and done.
And Joseph looking for a spade or some kind of running help. See if they choose to run it once or twice in a moment. Dealer says twice. First board for the Knit game. No help on the turn for Joseph, excuse me. And Josh will hold for at least half the pot. Of course, 2 spades dead in Frank's hand, but does not matter. Actually, now Mosquito could. Wow, that would have been a brutal runner.
That would have been the wrong spade on the turn.
I couldn't say it fast enough, but of course, you hate to turn the spade that gives your opponent a redraw to a full house. But as it stands, chop it up.
Yeah, that's the best spade Mosquito Josh could have saw.
Yeah, if there was such thing. Yeah. I tell you what, the old suck resuck is it's brutal when you're on the wrong end of it.
It gets compounded too, depending on the night you're having.
Yeah, especially in some huge spots. forgot all the exact. There was a local, well-known player that had made a big final table in the WSOP. He got his card to now have a pair over the pair of his opponent on the turn.
Yeah.
Gives him life. He's going to have chips, and his opponent hits the 2-outer on the river, and you could just hear the air go out of the room. Had a lot of supporters here, so if you're going to take one of those, final table at the WSOP is not a fun way. Of course, it always feels like the most important time when it's that time, right?
But it is though.
Yeah,
that's tournament poker. It is.
Yeah.
That it gets crazier and crazier. Those hands.
Whole bunch of 9s on this flop and a whole lot of nothing for our players. Just heads up here. Manny does have a nip button as well as Frank, so there is incentive to fight over this one, but Frank's done fighting with 6 high. He'll fold.
And just easy too when you're hitting boards, you're betting when you're not hitting boards, and then it's just a momentum. With guys like when you're winning the pots and stuff like that, just
yeah, it's kind of like you hear it when you watch like a basketball game. Sometimes the commentators will say, sometimes they just need to get a layup and just see the ball go through the hoop, and
yes.
then maybe your 3 ball will start to fall. It does feel like you were saying, the momentum in poker, and Ginny's, she's all in trying to get rid of her nip button. She's just 250, however. But yeah, certainly momentum in poker. Sometimes just scooping a pot, it just kind of changes your mentality maybe a little bit.
I want to say this is a great spot for Jenny. I don't want to say having no chips, but having a very short stack to get rid of the nip button in this.
Yeah, and Jenny, she's savvy.
Smart.
Yeah, she
Very
didn't.
smart.
She didn't tack on a whole pile of chips after losing that one to Uncle T. So she has the opportunity to do stuff like this. So she loses her nip button for a discount.
Yeah, great play. That's a great way.
It's
when
smart.
You're paying $400 for the nip button. She got $250 behind. She puts it in.
Yep. Now she can add on.
That might be the new best interest.
If she so chooses. Does seem captivated by something on TV. I don't know if there's basketball tonight. Are you a Knicks fan? Why would I think you're a Knicks fan?
I could be a Knicks fan.
Okay.
I'm actually
strong guess?
think about it. No, I'm actually saying now I'm an OKC fan.
Oh man.
But again,
What a game.
OKC back when Kevin Durant, Russ Westbrook, James Harden. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, kind of wild. That squad never really won anything.
Yeah.
Bones 3-betting the ace queen. Over the top of Uncle T with king 10-0. He'll release the king 10. And Bones will release his nip button.
I had his hand for the hand before, the old jack deuce.
She didn't start with 300. She knows she just gets that ball.
Yeah, as soon as she lost her net button. Very calculated.
Playing 2-5-10 tonight. Kyle Frisbee with Michael Ricciardi joining you from Austin, Texas. Thanks those of you that have hopped into chat. If you haven't yet and you've got an itch, say hi. Give us a like. Subscribe to the channel. We're with you from Austin every Wednesday evening. Manny picking up some hands tonight. Makes the raise with the ace-king. Nip game going on. Nice time to get your premiums. It's a call from Uncle T with a suited queen 8. And top pair for Uncle T, Manny, 2 overs and a gut shot. This, I suspect, will be interesting. Looks like we have a... Wow. Well, hopefully we get caught up with the action here in a moment. Appears there was a bet and a fold from Manny, or a bet by Manny, a fold from Uncle T. Just let's go, the top pair.
Looks like we have a new player.
You know, like a lot of, if you play a lot of poker, you know a lot of faces, not a ton of names. This new player I have played a ton with, no idea what his name is, so we'll get to know it all together. But we'll be welcome to the stream, sir. Couple of 4s for Mosquito. Makes it 40. You ever read into that? I don't think he meant to do it there, but somebody raises to 55 with pocket 5s or any shenanigans like that.
I mean, sometimes you can kind of see it, but tough. It's definitely tough to. What do you make it 40 with the 4s?
Yeah.
Josh does some. I feel like it's like eclectic stuff like that.
Yeah, he's a fun player to have at the table.
Always is, yeah.
The way he plays and his table talk, always friendly guy. And got a raise from Joseph with top pair. Just bottom pair for Frank. The 4s go in the muck for Mosquito.
I mean, both players here, 40 hands in, have put it in with next to nothing, so anything can happen in this one, even though there isn't too much. Especially if they both find a way, try to get rid of the knit button on boards like this.
Yeah, and Frank and Joseph have played some street poker against each other for sure.
Yes.
They have.
It looks like every time he goes to grab the chips, he just wants them.
Yeah, Frank's going to go ahead and let go bottom pair. Joseph will get rid of his knit button and take down that pot.
I have pocket 4s again. I actually seen my 4. I didn't do it.
You know, I finally realized why. It's like something looks different about. I've known Mosquito Josh as long as I've played at TCH, which goes back to the old location up the street. And I was like, what looks different? He finally figured it out. He has a full beard. I don't think I've ever seen him with the full beard going. I think it's usually a goatee or smooth. I'm not certain.
Yeah, goatee. I was going to say goatee or shave.
Yeah, goatee or shave. Right?
Yeah, queen 10-4. Then I had the 10-4.
Uncle T with his signature white beard. He was a great Moses for the Christmas stream.
Amazing.
Or maybe that was Halloween. Yeah, people were dressing up.
Something tells me this is the 40. I think the 40 is on here.
Yeah, let's go. Jenny in there
Yeah,
with
the
her
40
queen
is
9.
on. If you're looking to get rid of your knit button.
It's like everybody wants a shot at it. And Bone says, that's enough of that. I've got pocket queens, and here's 5 black chips.
It's just so fitting for Bones
It really
so far
is,
in this
right?
stream. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, walk away.
Oh,
with-
wow. And Mosquito, he's not in the folding mood. He makes the call.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to make Bones be honest.
And tell you what, Manny not afraid of playing a raised pot multi-way.
Closing the action, probably prefers the
Yeah.
10-7 of diamonds.
Yeah, he's going to let it go, but
Got to check Manny's temperature.
yeah, I know. Is he feeling all right over
Yeah,
there?
right.
And that's a lot of clubs and not a lot of help for Mosquito. Yeah, with just not a lot of maneuverability now if you don't have a club in your hand. Wow, he does call.
He is not buying what Bones is selling.
Bones does not have the queen of clubs. There's the fourth club. And Mosquito quickly checks.
I got this feeling Mosquito's going to lead in this river.
Yeah, can he find some kind of wager on the river? Because it would be very difficult. He
found
rips it. He does find it. And Bones lays it down. And what a play by Mosquito.
It's almost
It shows the king high.
You
Beautiful.
You can almost tell. I mean, I don't want to say you can almost tell, but I mean, there's a place on the turn where you almost feel like Bones was disgusted.
Yeah.
Because that fourth club, you could tell this by the check. I feel like that's where Josh made that move. I feel like he knew on the check that there was something.
I might have been ahead.
Yeah, and the way it as played, I mean, he unblocks clubs, and Josh, when he's going to call a big raise like that, it's usually going to be some type of Broadway cards. Not much of a stretch for that to be the ace or the king of clubs.
Yeah.
Obviously a queen possibility as well, but well, I gotta say, in terms of the size of the move, that might be move of the night by Mosquito, and that gets him second on the leaderboard, closing the gap on Manny.
That's a tough gap to close.
Yeah, Manny was kind of alone himself
For
for a bit there.
Yeah.
That was my first one. Actually, maybe my third.
That was so.
Very capable table either way. The chips can move. They
Yeah.
can move anywhere.
And I guess we have the stream name Shaw in seat 2 joining us with the hat and the brown shirt. Yeah, I feel like he should have a red polo on with that hat
I
on.
guess I did all the work.
Like he's golfing?
Like little Tiger Woods look.
Oh, yeah.
Check, turn, shove. So Jimmy says, yeah, check, turn, shove river is sus. I do agree. But, hey, it worked. And that's the thing is, if you do something in a spot like that, with especially the 4 flush in your opponent, if they don't have a club, it can be as sus as it wants. They still can't call.
Yeah.
You
And it's
know?
like, even if you're making it like 3/4, they might find the call. Like he's not good on that board, but
Yeah.
it's like he's just like, you want to think about finding a call by overbetting, you can never find the call.
Yeah, it just
You can't find it
your
anywhere.
hands are tied.
Yeah, it's like reverse pot odds. Like
Open ender for Frank Z and top and bottom for Shaw just joining the table. A little piece for Ginny as well. And Shaw just rips it. And what is Frank? Frank's had all the tough spots tonight. He's probably like, can we just spread out a few of these tough spots amongst the other players? Does have backdoor diamonds to go with the open ender.
I guess that's the frustrating part about the rip, right? It's like, hey, I can't call a bet and realize my backdoor diamonds with my up and down.
It's so much less satisfying to call it all in
Yeah.
with a draw, because if you get to jam with it, you can at least tell yourself if you got called that you had
Sure.
some fold equity that
Yep.
sometimes you're going to realize. But Yeah. Looks like he's in.
I mean, even here, like he just jammed on the pot. He could just like call run it twice. Is that what they're doing? They call run it twice? No, he folded. Yeah.
Just let it go.
I mean, you got that run it twice in there too, trying to dump off the nit button. I'm pretty sure they all been running it twice. That's why I say that. You don't want to definitely don't want to plan though. You don't want to plan for running it twice. I mean, just.
I don't know how much it factors in that specific spot, but it's also there's some element of Shah just joined the table, so I mean the likelihood of him. I mean, exactly what he had is what that looks like. You know, it's type of hand where you might just be down to your 6 outs, or I'm sorry, 8 outs. Mosquito, King, Queen, O. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of King, Queen tonight.
I feel like that's the first King, Queen we've seen.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's such a common holding, and I don't feel like I've called out King, Queen at all. Bones with the hand of the night, the Ace Jack. He raises to 175.
Yeah, plenty of Ace Jacks, plenty of King 10s, plenty of King Jacks, I feel I've seen those. I haven't seen the King, Queen.
And now Mosquito's turn with an open-ender and top pair for Bones, and checks through quickly. Another diamond. Mosquito adds a diamond draw to his outs. Mosquito with 12 outs. He's going to go ahead and bet. Bones just going to call with the very wet board, and wet board gets there for Mosquito. Right. Kind of insta-bets 400. Obviously, Mosquito with the nut straight, but 4-liner to any queen makes this a lot less attractive. But Bones is going to go ahead and make the call. Of course, you got to wonder a little bit. Mosquito just a few hands ago made that huge move with the King Jack, getting him to lay down the queens on the 4 flush. So
there's a place there where I think Bones is paying for information.
Yeah, well, and
specifically in that specific hand.
And after last week, he can certainly afford it.
Yeah. He's probably got the book written and ready to go. So, yeah.
Yeah, you even see a little bit of run bad for Bones today. You see the largest hands. He chopped with aces versus ace-queen.
It's a shame we can't get the graphic of when he's away from the table that the kings were just like hands where people weren't away from hands like that, away from the table, best hands. Bones is kings, poor kings.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, let's not tell him till the stream's over. Unless he spins it up here. What did we say? Hand of the night, Ace Jack. Jenny's turn with it. She'll make the raise.
Sean, Mosquito both make the call, go into a flop. Mosquito's going to pick up some diamonds. No one else connects. Jenny leads out. Ace Jack high. Josh makes the call.
I'm pretty confident on the bottom row, but sometimes I start to talk about
that is a diamond, and flush for Josh. Hitting 2 draws in a row. Ginny now just with ace high, no diamond. Josh gonna bet, and Ginny gonna think this one over. Does lay it down. Mosquito will show the queen high flush. Luck distribution and algorithm must be pretty correct because Manny has run pretty well. Mosquito hit a couple of draws here of late.
You want it as part of my stack when it's get. I'm joking.
Is luck distribution, how is that? Is it only,
Is it only hole cards versus runouts?
yeah, like,
I believe it includes both. Yeah.
okay.
Having not seen it, only being results oriented, what I've seen over the streams.
Yeah.
It does seem to account for that because I've seen players with great starting
yes.
hands get cracked, and they'll be toward the bottom.
Yes, it's tough to beat Manny's. It's tough to beat Manny with the flopped Broadway versus the aces, and that makes the most sense. Even if you're not equating, because you can't equate for 2 boards, I don't think. So if you, that's
good point. Yeah, probably.
that's
only
a
factors in the
huge,
first.
real tough to beat up on that.
Yeah, and actually, when you looked, we showed the biggest pots. The top 4 there. The only one that wasn't chopped was Manny actually holding. Now I forgot the specifics of the hand, but everything else has been a chop. Thus, he's actually now been eclipsed at the top of the leaderboard by Mosquito.
Wow.
Mosquito having himself a night now, up almost 4,000. Do have a full wait staff and restaurant, of course, here at TCH Austin. It's Ashley taking care of the table tonight.
I guess we got the 20 on.
Yeah, a couple of 5s for Manny. He'll make the raise. And just raise and take it. Shows Uncle T, look, I had it this time. I had 2 5s.
His version of it, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
His version.
Table explaining the knit game criteria to Shah, having just joined the table.
Do you see how many buttons we have left?
I think knit game's over for now, right?
Well, someone would have had to pay then. We would have had the 400 splash pot. I think they played it again. Because Jenny had the 250. This is the same. I think this is the same.
We'll see. We need a different camera angle. I don't see any red buttons at the moment. I think they may be discussing restarting it.
Okay.
Also, it would make some sense because I don't think they would have the new player join during the knit game. It's a little unfair to the remaining players.
Yeah.
But of course, table agrees. That's what goes. Manny will make a raise with the King Jack. Uncle T stuck with King 10 again. Joseph just folding the 3s.
This is the dinner range, you know. He's having something to eat in the 9 seat.
Just, you know, the food does factor in. If your opponent is enjoying a nice meal, and wakes up with a 3-bet. Usually not a light 3-bet.
We spoke of stuff like the massage range before. Like,
Yeah,
you
massage
know,
range.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah. 9, 4, 6, couple of diamonds. Nobody holding a diamond or a pair. Stephanie, I believe it says something to the effect, sometimes someone just needs a swift kick in the you-know-what. Or some people just need a swift kick. Something to that effect. Big raise from Manny is enough to take it. Manny now probably back in the lead and is up 4,100. Pretty much Manny and Mosquito winning all the cash. Everybody else kind of even, and then Frank and Ginny at the bottom for the moment.
Yeah, I think there is a place where they would want to discuss to get this Nick game back on, seeing as we got 8 players in the game. Game's very kind of top heavy with profit right now. I bet these other 6 wouldn't mind mixing the money around a little bit.
Yeah, and if I'm Frank, I'm playing pretty well, and I've run bad in the Nick game, so let's get some other folks splashing around to take advantage. Joseph not been shy in the Nick game either.
Also, if you lose, you still got to pay. If you lose your stat, if you get belted, you still got to pay. That's one thing that's happening.
Speaking of Joseph, he's got ace queen and the button. Raise comes in. Shot with the suited king is going to mix it up from the small blind. Frank with the suited king himself, and Manny 9-4 hits them up.
I won the first hand on both last night.
Ace-4 tray, top pair.
Well, that wasn't even part of the Nick game.
Great kicker for Joseph, and
Oh, that was the splash pot.
pair of threes for Frank. I'll make a stretch here and say backdoor clubs for Shaw. Try to give him a piece. He does fold.
As long as where you were bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah, Frank going to call once he makes a pair.
Random 2 pair or whatever. Like if you're playing around 600.
And that is the card he was looking for. Now, 2 pair for Frank, and Joseph in a tough spot here.
And the way it played out, I was more likely to have that straight.
Frank checks the 2 pair over to Joseph, and he bets 145, and Frank just with 717 left behind. Certainly trying to figure out how he can get his whole stack in this pot at this juncture. It's going to go ahead and just call for now. This is going to leave him with just under a 1 SPR on the river, and the river gives him a boat.
Great card for Frank. This could definitely get him called here.
Yeah, I think he was jamming any river, obviously. Makes the effective nuts and gets a call from Joseph, and
definitely.
Joseph's going to see the bad news. Runner, boat. What a unlucky run out for Joseph. But Frank Z, like we were saying, had not run particularly well, especially in the Nick game, and a little bit of run good there for the man in the 5 seat.
Yeah, it's great play by Frank, too. Probably knew where he was at. peeled the card, also knew where he was at on the turn. And you see him on the turn just trying to figure out what he was trying to do. And then when you catch a river like that, great for you. Your opponent doesn't really see much reason to be concerned, seeing you probably in there with the other ace. You get ace-queen kicker, you should be all right.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I think also a lot of players, they get really worried about not getting paid off in spots like that. And it's kind of one of those things, to your point about Joseph had, I'm assuming, about what Frank assumed.
Yeah.
And you also have to ask yourself, in the event they don't have that, they're really not calling anyway, so you might as well just go for the whole pile.
Yeah.
So I like the move there by Frank.
I mean, especially when Frank does something on the flop that feels very like, I don't know how to say it, like out of pocket, like out of character, or just peeling off one with the bottom pair. He, Joseph assumes it's an ace or something of that nature, I would imagine, calling you. Not necessarily a 3 to peel off a 2 pair of sorts.
Yeah.
None of the draws got there, even the backdoor diamonds, nothing got there. So, I mean, Frank's going to get the clean double.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm Joseph, I don't love the fact that he calls turn and then the king pairs on the river that much, but the stacks aren't deep enough. If they were 5K deep, you're not getting the whole 5K, but it's just Frank's going to have a worse ace, like you said, plenty of the time.
Yeah, I mean, there's no kings that are getting there that flat call the 60 on the flop. So there's no.
That's a great point.
There's no king. So the king's clean for everyone, and that's what made the hand. That's what made him have to pay him. I think Frank in the spot was like, I don't know if I'm going to get paid, because if he does something if Frank did something on the turn, I believe that these guys are obviously good enough to know at this point that it's not a ton of chips, but it's just the way the hand plays. Flat the flop, jam the turn it. He might think it's a set, whereas in this case, there's no realization of anything. He just imagined it's some bad ace. He imagined the king didn't help him, and poof.
Yeah.
That's how he got the call.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's also one of the arguments why solvers don't mind suited kings in certain spots. As we go to a bomb pot, I believe at the third of the night, maybe the fourth. Does anybody have nut hearts? Got hearts working on the top board. Clubs on the bottom. I see jack high clubs for Joseph. 10 high clubs for Bones. Manny's got some clubs as well. And queen and a 4 roll off.
Got 3 of a kind for Joseph on the bottom.
Yeah, third set, a little scary in bomb pots, but looks to be the best hand at the moment, as well as the open-ender on top. He is going to go ahead and bet 200. Mosquito going to make the call. He's got diamonds and some straight possibilities. Frank makes the call as well. Does have a made straight, although not the end you prefer, particularly in a bomb pot.
You definitely can see the caution with some of these bomb pot hands right here.
Yeah, nobody in love with their hand, I wouldn't imagine.
Yeah.
And board pairs on top, and Mosquito makes trip 10s.
10
Actually,
7,
10 full, 10s full 7s, and Joseph's set of 4s gonna hold on bottom, and he'll chop it up.
Yeah.
I had a straight draw and you had the diamond clubs. Yeah, I had the diamonds. You did not have clubs.
I love bomb pot showdowns. Like when you get to the bomb pot, you get to the river, and everyone's showing their cards down. They're like, everyone's like a show and tell. Like maybe you don't show the hand, maybe you weren't at the river, but you're like, oh, I had that. And everyone's they'll make a big spectacle on the river. I had that. Oh, I had to fold this. Oh, I had that.
Usually it's one of the bigger pots. Yeah, it's kind of everybody's sort of interested to see if their guess was right.
Yeah. Uncle T called the 10. Joseph opened. Ace 4 in the cutoff for 50. We get Shaw, Uncle T, and Mr. Mosquito to take a flop with him.
9-8-4 Rainbow. Open ender for Shaw. Pair of fours for Joseph. Backdoor clubs. And open ender for Mosquito as well. Players have a combined wrap.
We'll see River for a turn. If I don't like it, I go. Let's see one more card.
Bet of 200 from Shaw gets called by Mosquito, and both miss the turn. 4 of spades pairs the board.
Bet gets the original razor to fold. Peeled off the 3 of a kind.
And Rivers is 6, and Mosquito has gotten there. And wow, and Mosquito checks, and Shaw just jams, and Josh calls. Wow. And he's going to win a big one, and Shaw just decided to bluff after missing his draw, and that's going to cost him his stack.
I mean, quick call from Josh too. So in a sense, like kind of like checked, kind of knew he was probably good. Saw the board pair, still chilling, nothing crazy.
Yeah.
But when he put the money in, he was like, "Cool, quick." So he had an idea that he probably had best. He kind of probably thought he was like, "Really? Okay."
Yeah, I mean I think that's probably pretty accurate.
Yeah.
It was a decent sized spot. I understand your opponent hasn't shown a lot of strength. I mean, obviously very unlucky. That's going to work every other time except for Josh hitting one of 8 outs. Well, actually less than that. You block some of the outs.
Exactly, the low end of it. So the low end of it it's a little sneakier.
Yeah.
Because if he puts him on some stuff that is that's foldable, you could put him on a pair that's foldable. You could put him on like pair misdraw, just misdraw in general, like similar stuff that what he had. So he saw the check and he's like, we'll just go pick it up and all in, and then
Yeah, man, Josh now up almost 6,000.
That was our second king queen of the night.
Race to 60 by Bones with the rare hand of the night, King Queen. Jenny in there with a suited connector. Knit game on. Everybody's got their red button. Last time the splash pot was 400, which we'll presume is the case this time. And top pair for Mosquito. But trouble spot here. Bones with the better kicker. Bones bets 200. Quick call by Mosquito. Bottom pair for Manny. He'll get out of there. Turns a jack. Does bring in a backdoor heart draw. $400 from Bones, and Mosquito looks like he's falling out of love with his 10 kicker, but not going to fold just yet. $1,500 in the middle, and the river's a 6 of hearts, and another quick check for Mosquito, and
Bones wants the bet.
yeah, Bones definitely leans toward going for thin value versus a lot of players, but
He
see what he decides to do here.
Yeah,
He does check
he's
back.
concerned about that river.
Yeah.
He wanted the bet. So I mean,
It does reach a point when you have a one pair hand on a relatively wet board.
well, I
You
mean,
start to think, you know, what can I bet? I mean, obviously, Mosquito had the type of hand that you can bet and maybe get called by worse, but the list gets short.
very short.
I'm running good even when I lose.
I mean, he had the opponent who plays a pretty wide range, who might call him a little bit lighter, but he also knows that,
I
like,
don't think he would have made it that cheap if he's.
he absolutely did what he was supposed to do.
Yeah, I think
Little tough board to get greedy on.
Mosquito also capable of a move when you have a hand with that much showdown value. The nightmare spot is you sprinkle a bet out there and get raised, and then you're sick to your stomach.
Yeah.
Raise to 50 on the button with the nip button. As in play is Mosquito. Let's call from Frank, Uncle T. Manny's going to 3-bet the ace 8-0. Mosquito makes the call. Uncle T been a little quiet of late. He's not had a lot to work with, and he's going to come along as well. And here's the what the nit button or nit game does. Got 3 pretty speculative hands in a 3-bet pot, seeing a flop, and 8-6-6. Manny going to keep firing and gets a quick fold from Mosquito and Uncle T. And Manny going to pick up another pot. Did have the best of it, but nicely played.
Like when you're representing the ace or knowing you have an ace and other people don't have stuff like that, like when squeezing whatever you're doing, you just flop top pair. I mean, it definitely helps. Definitely makes it a little bit easier to continue.
Yeah, and like we were saying before, you know, everybody aware Manny V-pips the highest basically every stream that he plays. So capable of having any 2 cards. But, you know, the thing about poker is the wild aggressive player, they have just as many premium hands as everybody else does.
100%.
So always has to be in the back of your mind when you're out there and chips are flying. Manny going to raise it up again with the Queen 10 offsuit. Going to get a bunch of calls. We'll go 5 ways to this flop from Julia, who's joined us in the box. Couple of 5s, and that's trips for Jenny, and this is a nice spot for her with the nit game on. Only other player connecting is Frank with a pair of twos, nut low kicker. And there's the turn card she needed. Top pair now for Manny. Ginny also picking up hearts to go with her trip fives. Did not need it. Manny leads into her. Ginny's going to race to 600 and see if Manny can sniff out that this is, nope. He, I believe, jams. Typically, the one chip is all in from him, and that's a quick call from Ginny, and we're going to see
Looks like
one
once.
river card. Ace rolls off, and Ginny's going to hold, and she has cut her deficit in about half. $3,000 pot going Ginny's way.
And importantly, gets rid of that knit bun.
Yeah, not at risk with the knit game anymore, and nice position of power to have your opponents in desperation mode when you can kind of pick and choose your spots.
I mean, we definitely said our hands before, like, these stacks, this is still anybody's game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone here very capable of doing, you know, proper plays, silly plays, getting creative. So it's...
Yeah, it's actually, you know, every stream has its flavor, but I tell you what, I don't know if there could be much more of a mix of flavors than this table.
Yeah.
Every player with their own kind of unique style, which, what a perfect time to look at play styles. We got Mosquito Josh and Manny in the top right quadrant of lag. Bones living in the tag category, which a lot of folks consider to be one of the more profitable quadrants to live in.
It's a pretty accurate.
Frank Z, he's in the, I believe that was knit maybe, or no, it was calling. And I don't actually believe that's the way he plays. I think it's more was trying to see a lot of flops to get rid of his knit button. And,
Cheaply, yeah. Try to get rid of it.
Yeah,
cheaply.
so.
And he was just in all those hands where he was second in hands where he had to pay off to get rid of the net bun.
Yeah, he couldn't even find a spot where his opponent had a marginal hand that he could get him to fold. They had, you know, reasonable top pairs plus. Middle pair here for Uncle T with King Jack and a whole lot of nothing for Manny.
And just like that, Uncle T gets rid of the knit button. I feel like it's the cheapest way to get rid of the knit button we've seen so far.
Yeah, you know, and if you're Frank and you had all those knife fights trying to get rid of your knit button, you look at that and you're like, how come I couldn't just get check two when I flop middle pair and take it down? Nice and calm. Uncle T around even-ish for this game.
I feel like you just forgot to talk.
The knit button is too much fun to play with.
Yeah, it's I think it brings a nice element to the game, kind of spices things up, but still maintaining the integrity of, you know, playing some real poker. If we made the splash pot 1,000 in this game, then we'd probably see some pretty wild stuff. But
we're seeing plenty of wild.
Yeah, 400. You know, and that's the other thing too. I like that number for the amount of money on the table. It's enough to be motivating, but not, you know, so steep that, you know, everybody's just incentivized to kind of rip their stack in there wildly. And that's an straight for Mosquito. Frank does have the king of hearts. Makes the call. It's up to a river. No heart on the river. And Mosquito.
Frank makes the jack. Oh, no jack. I'm sorry. Oh, 9.
Yeah, missing the 9. And Mosquito, tell you what, been hitting some draws tonight.
Yeah.
And definitely shows in that mountain of chips he's got. It's also made some big moves. Not Certainly not suggesting that he's just luck boxed his way to that big pile of chips. He actually probably has the move of the night, getting
Bones to fold the queens on the 4 flush board.
Yeah, when Bones kind of defenseless there without a club in his hand, but still takes a lot of guts to put your whole pile of chips in the middle with king high.
There's a couple of dynasties.
I was a 10.
I will say Uncle T has in my opinion, a great spot at this cash game table. Against a guy who's opens a lot of pots, he gets to close a lot of pots if he's interested.
It's true.
Manny with 80%
it gets to kind of
VPIP.
see what. Yeah, it's a good point. You know, hopefully no announcer's curse, but Uncle T, I feel like he hasn't fought. He's due for a set. He's played last week, hasn't flopped big in a spot like that, and still hasn't.
Yeah.
9 deuce deuce, and but actually the 4s are still the best hand. He'll make a wager. Should be a little more credible as he does not have his nip button. Yeah, looks like that's going to be good enough to take it down.
Uncle T finding his way.
Little smile from the T-man. Closing in on that even mark. Uncle T always seems to have some article of clothing with some camo on it. I'm going to include that one sleeve he's got
right?
there.
The sleeve.
Whether it's his cargo pants or a sleeve or a hat or something. I feel like he's always trying to hide some part of his body. Manny with his nip button's going to raise the Jack 6 suited, and Uncle T with King 10 for what feels like the 20th time.
And Manny will easily get rid of that nip button. Again, Frank look over, just jealous of people just giving the nip button away for nothing.
And there's Frank just still with his nip button.
Wondering what it's like.
Yeah, when your opponent or somebody that you've been grinding really hard, somebody at your table just flops top set, gets like a 3-way all in, you give them the must be nice look.
Yeah.
Mosquito with the deuce 4 suited makes a raise, and Frank nip button ace queen O and a raise ahead. What are we going to do here? Just call. Manny in there with the unsuited connector. Ginny rips it with the king jack. You could see the glimmer in her eye, and she gets deuce 4 to fold, obviously. And now Frank trying to piece together this story. Ginny just called a raise.
Yeah, what Jenny called the bones raise, right?
Yeah, and then
Frank's going to rip this here. Without question.
Yeah, I assume he's just trying to piece together. Does she ever do
Yeah.
this with aces or
No.
kings? And he does piece it together correctly. And Jenny going to be behind, but not in terrible shape. She does have 2 very live cards. Manny getting a little TV time.
I will say there's a place where when Frank called that initial bet from Mosquito, I was thinking to myself, just watching the hand play, I'm like, why is he just flatting here? Like, just with the nit button, with his stacks. I'm like, why is he? I wonder why. I think he also knew the people behind him in the nit button situation, and I think that had something to play into it, and it kind of worked out well for Frank in a sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, oh, wow.
That works.
No diamond for
No diamond.
Jenny. Aces and queens good for Frank on the first board. Does use up an ace and a queen, but gonna take down both.
And
Jenny's night not getting better, but Frank turning it around, and nit game. I would say maybe we're back to deuce. It didn't treat him well to start with, but certainly treating him well at this point.
again, something we've been saying 60 hands in, something we've been saying the whole time is wherever the graphic says the plus minus for the players, like Jenny was, down more, up a little bit. These are not. We have hands left. We have a lot of hands left.
Yeah, we
moves.
do, 100%. And stacks getting deeper. And Frank, yeah, I mean, pretty much back to even. And most of the downside was from the first nit game, and most of the upside is
Bomb pots
right
and
there
nit
in that
game, yeah.
pot. Yeah.
And 2 of the nits are in the hand.
So we're gonna play Ask a Dealer probably a few times tonight. So this one I can't help. Any pet peeves as a dealer that might be unexpected for players? Or I can be more specific also. I'll ask you a specific one while
Sure.
you think on that. Do you like it when players move the button and say button right?
So as long as you, this is so funny too the way you asked me this question. It's what happened in the main. There's the main. I don't mind if you move the button. Just communicate it to me. That's
Okay.
all. That's all we ask.
Yeah.
Like it does help us, but when you move the button as if you run the game, like you're just trying to be nice. If you're trying to be nice, let me know. But when you move the button, how do I know if you move the button? You gotta let me
Right.
know.
Well, and I got to imagine, too, y'all kind of have a flow of the
Yes.
things you're doing.
100%.
And if you're not told, you're just going to get to the point in your process where it's time to move the button, and you move it from wherever it is,
Yeah.
right? I could completely see that. And we got a little action here. We got jacks for Frank Z. He's made the call of Joseph's all in with ace deuce. And Manny and Bones getting out of the way. And so Frank and Joseph going to do more battle in the nit game. Advantage Frank at the moment.
Classic 70-30 Nick game battle.
Yeah, it looks like this might be the end of Joseph's night if he can't get there, and does not. They run it once, and Jack's going to hold. So Frank spinning it up this nit game, and he is now in the green, up 476, and looks like that's going to be the end of Joseph's night. Appreciate him playing with us. Looks like Joseph's come back. We may have a nope. That was Frank, our action tracker. Raise from Manny with the queen jack offsuit. Gets called by Bones with threes. And statistically speaking, we've gone forever without a set. So Bones going to hit one about 75% of the time here. And I'm done with predictions for tonight. Top pair for Manny.
Uncle
And
T.
trip
3
deuces. Wow. Manny's had top pair versus trips a couple other times tonight. And see how Uncle T wants to approach this. Got a bet and a raise. Uncle T just going to flat. King on the turn. Not a good card for Uncle T. Manny does fire again. Not a good card in this sense, of course, that going to be tougher to get value from his opponents. Very small bet relative to the pot from Manny. Uncle T going to make an attempt here to start to build a pot. It was about
4 1/4.
Yeah, under 3x. Pretty small raise.
There's a lot of ways this
Yeah,
hand
he's
could play out.
Gonna eke out a bit more value.
Yeah.
Yeah, River's a pretty clean 7, so Uncle T is going to flick out a 1K orange and see if he can get paid off.
I mean, there's a place where Manny calls the turn. You know, betting with the chop jack. And in theory, when the river comes, he also knows, like, in position, kind of how T's been playing the hand. He might be able to pressure him. But now, on the river, Uncle T leads out. Now Manny's looking around. It's like, oh, you have something a little bit better. You know, now's the time he kind of notices it, which makes sense.
And another, you know, it's not the end-all, be-all, but in multi-way pots, if on a paired board like this with a small paired board, it looks like he's considering calling here. Uncle T saying, please call internally. But Uncle T being in the small blind makes it him one of the more likely players to have this deuce, and he's going to get paid off. And Uncle T, nice pot, 3,300 headed his way.
With the table nod.
Fist pound from Mosquito Josh.
I probably got dealt jack deuce.
And Uncle T takes one down. Josh still leading us up about 5,000. Manny in second, 1,500. Uncle T closing in on Manny. And Frank found his way out of the Nick game gutter, whatever way he could have. Bone still showing a small profit, and Joseph and Jenny bringing up the back end, but still, Jenny can definitely get out of this game. The chips are flying. Looks like the graphic, maybe that's 40 bringing it in for. Mosquito's going to make it 125. Looks down to the pair of 8s. Manny's going to make the call, 10-4 clubs. Bones finds his way in there with a couple of 3s. And Jenny's going to close out the action, King-4 heart going to a flop 4 ways. 6-8-5. Rainbow. Manny's going to check. Jenny elects to check. Mosquito's going to make it 200. with top set. Leads right in. Manny's going to lay it down 10 high. Bones follows. The 3's folding. Jenny moves all in. And Mosquito Josh makes the call quickly.
That screams my range. Whatever you want.
We're going to run a 1 time, I think. Jenny opens up backdoor hearts. Oh, no, I thought she made a flush. Josh makes 8s fall in the river.
Oh my god, that's the most tilting river ever.
Yep, I agree with you. That's what I thought too. Josh picks up another big one.
You're out there, but you're good.
Put him far and away. Running away with this stream so far. Yeah.
Well, I picked an interesting time to step away, I suppose.
I'll run it back for you real quick. Small multi-way action. Board is 8-7, 8-6-5, I believe it was. It gave Jenny a gut shot. Josh a top set, couple of multi-way. Josh let out with it, and
Top set for
top
Josh?
set. Josh let out.
Wow.
8-6-5 board, leads out, and folds through to Jenny. Check jams him with like king high and a gut shot, backdoor hearts. Josh made quick call, Josh, and they ran it once.
Smooth run out.
Yeah, smooth.
Okay.
What a night for Josh. Was not clearly not aware of that hand as I took a short break, but did stop by the table. I talked to Uncle T for a moment, and Josh turned and said, "Hey, thanks for the invite to the game, man."
Oh, Josh.
So he's. I wasn't even aware of those extra couple 3,000 that he tacked on his stack. So that's a happy man.
And that's a flop leg. That's what she had last time I came for.
Josh back to work. He'll win a small pot. Pretty nice night when you start with 2K and you're up to just under 10K in your stack.
Wow.
Frank, Uncle T, Manny all winning. Manny taking a bit of a hit from his high point, but
You are 10, I'm 5 by myself.
still up 1,300. And look at this. Everybody winning somehow in a poker game. As you might imagine, we have a few players that have been felted, so we'll be playing a little short-handed to finish out the night. Did make an announcement to see if we could maybe add somebody, but these players said they're good playing short-handed, so one way or another we're going to have some poker. Sometimes short-handed, you got to play a few more hands. It does have a different dynamic than a full 9-handed table, so we'll see how these players adjust.
Manny's VPIP is 80%. I mean,
What does it go to
full
now?
ring. What does it go to?
110.
I mean,
can he ask for additional cards?
And we know Josh is not shy about playing hands.
Yeah.
And I think Bones. I think everyone will get in there a little bit more for sure. Especially everyone in the profit. Especially
Yeah. It's
Frank fighting out of the hole. Like, I mean, the stream ain't over, but Frank fighting out is a big. Good for him.
I'm not even sure. Yeah, Mosquito, he could double up the next biggest stack and still be winning. So, and Mosquito, another set. Wow. When you're running hot, you're running smoking hot. If you're Mosquito Josh, he flops a set, is bet into, and needs Manny to catch up a bit, and that's quad fours.
Well, I mean, if you're Manny, nothing's changed, right?
Yeah.
A couple of 4s on the board. It's a safe card for a bluff. Let's go. Here we go.
Yeah, he reached for chips, and Mosquito going to go ahead and raise, and unfortunately, Manny just with
Yeah,
an
but-
air ball here.
But this raise is small, and I say it in the sense of like he didn't push Manny away.
Yeah, I mean, again, at some point with these big hands, you do have to try to build a pot as much as you, to your chagrin, when you get a fold like this. But I mean, what are you going to do? It shows the quads. That's unbelievable.
Look too drafty to slow play.
I mean, it's not just getting the hands, Kyle. It's getting the hands in the spot versus the player versus the stack versus like that's the run good. That's run exponentially good. That's
I 100% agree, and I heard this put in a way that I really liked, and people always say I'm card dead, and that generally is more referring to like your starting hands.
yeah.
But what you were alluding to is what I didn't make up this term, but spot dead.
of course. Spot dead.
Yeah,
100%.
and I don't think spot dead gets talked about enough because you can have you can have aces a whole bunch of times. If your opponents have nothing to play back at you with, you're just not going to win.
And that's the luck in
nearly
this game.
as much. Yeah,
That is the
it's
luck.
a big part.
That is the luck part. Yes.
And speaking of luck part, Mosquito just made quads. Now he gets ace queen on the button, gets 3-bet, and he's going to call in position here versus Manny and flop trip queens. My goodness.
He can't stop laughing. He knows.
It
Oh my
makes
god!
Back-to-back quads?
That's what happened, and Manny can't help but put a couple chips in the pot here. I'm not even mad at him.
Can't always have it, right?
The only luck here would be a 7 on a river.
This is
oh man.
Oh, an ace on the river would have been devastating.
Oh, that's what I meant. Sorry,
Yeah,
yes, the
I
ace
mean-
on the river. My bad.
Well, the 7, it would have been. But Mosquito makes the raise, and Manny thinking, how does this guy always have it? And it's not just have it; it's quads.
Manny's used to taking these certain pots down. Like he's not used to catching such resistance every time he bets. It almost makes you think that is Josh playing back at me?
Right.
Every time. Does he
100%.
always have it?
Our friend Sam Perriman in chat. Sam winning a round of each tournament last night here at TCH Social. Follow her, Sam Poker, on Instagram.
Congratulations, Sam.
Yeah, I called her the late reg bandit. She max late regs it and takes it down, and I've seen her do that on multiple occasions.
Wow. Super cool.
Manny trying to figure out if ace high could be good somehow. How could Josh possibly always have it?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely, when he 3-bet him pre, he definitely took the 4 and the 9 out of, like, and his
Does
range.
lay it down, and Josh shows the quads.
Well, Manny just like,
Yeah, Josh, I don't know if y'all could hear him, but you could read his lips. He says quads back to back. And I have to say, I have done the stream for years, and I don't know exactly how many streams. 1,000% never seen a player have quads back to back. That is a first for me. And somebody pull up ChatGPT and ask it, what are the chances of a player in No Limit Hold'em having quads in back-to-back hands?
wow.
It's got to be some extraordinary probability. Well, Josh, his run good started earlier today because originally and Manny finally holding over Josh Josh, pair of nines, and Manny with the nuts.
The board pair on the river.
Yeah, board
But
does.
still.
Okay, yeah. Do have
Effective in this spot.
Mosquito not going to pay Manny, I don't believe. Unless he just wants to give him a little charitable action back.
It's tough to give the guy who could
does-
have any two charitable.
Yeah, I
charitable
mean,
actions.
busted spade draws, you know, if you want to try to come up with a way. He does pay it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said a little rebate.
I mean, it makes sense. There's two guys who could show up with any two.
Yeah,
Any two in any spot.
That is very true. Yeah, you're not going to see a lot wider ranges in a heads-up battle than Manny and Mosquito. Mosquito Josh owning a pest control company. I knew him for a long time as just Mosquito Josh. I just thought it was a cool nickname,
Yeah.
you know. And somebody was like, "Oh, he owns a pest control company." I was like, "Oh, okay, it all makes sense now."
Yeah.
that
Confirmation.
That would be one of the few logical reasons you
Yeah.
would go by Mosquito Josh.
Was he's just like annoying like a mosquito when he plays, like in the hands,
Yeah,
like winning
yeah,
or
there you go.
something.
He's always biting back at his opponents.
yeah. Oh no, he just has a pest control company.
Yeah.
That makes
Oh,
more sense.
There we go. Yeah, at first I was like, there's nothing more Texas than playing some Hold'em with a guy named Mosquito Josh. It's kind of like Amarillo Slim.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. 100%.
Got nobody with much here. Oh, excuse me. We got top pair for Frank. Let's get back in the game here. Kyle? We'll go with you a little bit longer tonight, as much as the players want to play short-handed. Unfortunately, these players have kind of felted a lot of folks who have rotated through the table sort of quickly.
Made a way to chips
But
move tonight.
it certainly has not been without entertainment, and particularly that of the aforementioned Mosquito Josh sitting on the big stack. Kyle Frisbee and Michael Riccardi joining Ricciardi. Forgot the cha.
Way good.
I read and said your last name in my head too many times before hearing the pronunciation. That's how I got myself in trouble. But
Well, here's T-shirt. Some people, I have to go read it and tell
Yeah.
them in chat. That was funny.
Julia in the box tonight for the second half of the stream. Pair of nines for Manny, going to outflop Bones' fives, but this does favor his range. He'll bet and get called by Manny. 3 on the turn. Yeah, now Bones kind of shut. You just got to think. You've seen Manny. You're not going to really get him off second or
Anything.
third pair, and
Board just keeps getting better for him. For calling ranges on the flop, I should say.
you have showdown value if you can check it
Yeah.
down. But Manny's going to win with a pair of nines.
You get away with a lot when you play lag. You get a lot of free cards and spots. You can just because your calls and your raises mean so much. They just mean different things than like tighter aggressive players do. You get a wider range of people coming after you with a wider range when you play like that.
Definitely versus online.
Yeah.
You get in if you have ground online stakes a lot and are thinking about playing live, you would be amazed at I think what you give up in terms of hands per hour, you gain in terms of people being a lot splashier.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Raise for Mosquito with the ace-10 off, and of course 5-handed. The hand strengths do go up, so ace-10 pretty decent and decent enough to just take down that pot pre-flop.
scared of children.
They ain't scared of me.
They should be.
Well, tonight.
Quads, straight,
Back to
straight,
quads.
straight.
I'm telling you. Sets.
Lots of seven. Double teams.
And my big bluff got through. God, perfect night.
That would suck.
Yeah.
Another raise from Mosquito Josh with the button.
The heavy side.
His Uncle T pretends to like salad. Manny 3-bet to 160 with, he's got a real one. He's got 10s, and Josh calls. Not the flop you're hoping for when you got 2 10s, but C-bet will work, and Manny takes that down. Yeah, before the stream, I was having a conversation about the lineup today, and we talked briefly about Josh. He's played this stream on and off in the past, and heck, after tonight, maybe a whole lot more in the near future.
Yeah.
But he's definitely the type of player that he can spin it up fast, and I've seen him do it
was
away
fun.
from the stream as well. And here he is, Ace King. 5-handed monster.
Also super fun for the game.
Yeah, great dude.
Super guy.
Yeah.
Frank, see there, making good use of the button. He's just getting these
Yeah,
spots,
here comes
man.
the boom. 600 from Mosquito, and
Like, it's one thing to open. It's another thing to get raised, to get called in 2 spots. Like, that's...
yeah, and Manny, he's been the most willing to give resistance to Mosquito, but
But Manny here also might think that there's a place where it went raise, re-raise. Yeah, he should be.
yeah, he thinks
Out,
better
even
of it
if
and lets it go.
Even with the high V pip, he should be. I'm sure there's a place in his mind where he's like, oh, well, maybe it's a pair. You know, I have an ace. Maybe it's a pair. You know, I could take a flop with him. Especially because they're so deep.
Yeah.
Those guys are so deep.
But going back to what we were saying earlier, when your opponent's running the way Josh is, of course, he's been showing, and I think it's just to have a little bit of kindness and mercy on his opponents that he's actually had it mostly. But yeah, it does reach a point where you're like, at some point, he's got to miss.
Yeah, when they put up the luck distribution, I fight with it because of the spots that Josh may have been in to get those good risks, like to get the action.
Raised to 30 by Frank, and he's going to get a couple calls. Uncle T with ace queen. King high flop.
I know how.
Nobody really interacting much with this board. Some backdoor possibilities, of course. Checks to Uncle T, and he will take the initiative here. Frank mid-text is going to fold. I think it's a good time to c-bet when your opponent is decides to look at their phone.
Yeah,
They're so disinterested in the hand.
Manny checks to the guy on his phone. C seemed disinterested. This guy's T just steps in and picks up. What was lying on the street? How much? 100 and change.
Yeah, 100 and change.
Yeah, pick up 100 and change lying on the street. That's not
That'll
bad.
get you a nice steak dinner in a lot of places.
Or a couple salmon dishes over here at TCH.
Shoot, several salmon dishes. You have enough take home, put in the freezer. With that delicious Cajun butter sauce that I recommend putting on basically everything. When I get the blackened chicken tenders, which
Yes.
are also great here, I get the Cajun butter sauce. It's a little
Really?
yeah, a little life hack. Dip those puppies in there. Raised to 30 by Manny with 10-7, and of course Mosquito makes a call with a better 10.
I could watch these guys play heads up. For 4 hours, I could watch them play.
And they both flop a pair. Manny bets after being checked too. Quick call from Mosquito. Yeah, at some point here, should we just play heads up, Josh versus Manny?
Or at least they got to be in the hands. Like
Yeah. Mosquito will take down another one. With his locally famous Yoda figurine there. I've played a lot of poker with that Yoda sitting at the table.
That's right. Manny with a premium. Well, for Manny.
Yeah, it's
A
a
Manny
Manny premium. Queen 10, he'll make the race. Queen 10, though, very playable, five-handed. Playability at least going up. Uncle T going to find some playability in 7-4 suited. And that's a pretty good flop if you're going to play 7-4 suited. Open ender, backdoor clubs.
Overcard to the board.
Yeah, overcard. Don't forget the overcard.
I stretch. Yeah, I try to stretch it.
Manny going to bet about 100% of the time when check two there, and Uncle T makes the call. Manny actually in the lead with his queen high. Manny sizes up, full pot. Uncle T not folding his draw. And bricks out. You know, against a lot of other players, yeah, this is a tough bluff. I mean, it should work this time, but God, it's so terrifying to bluff into Manny in a spot like this. You're just going to get called by
any piece of the board.
Any piece of the board, essentially. But
and this $30 pre-flop range is pretty broad, pretty open rather, pretty wide open. So,
but pays off there for Uncle T, and
yeah.
not a bad pot to drag.
We got the bomb pot.
That's a set of eights with trips in his hand for bones. He'll bet 200. Actually has the 9 to go with it as well. Nut flush draw for Mosquito makes the call on the top board.
Looks like that's all for Frank in the 5.
Yeah, and good to have Frank with us. Hopefully we'll have him back soon. He's definitely a fun player to watch, and had some ups and downs in the knit game, but
fought well.
But yeah, he's a good player, and hopefully have him back very soon.
It's like 6.
Can spot that like a dealer. Gets Mosquito to fold.
Quads for Bones. I mean,
Yeah, the redneck quads. I don't know. I was trying to find a way to cheapen up the quads. I'm from the country. I can say redneck.
where you from?
Goliad, Texas. Very small town in South Texas. I grew up on a cattle ranch.
That's super cool.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, that's super cool. I definitely have to get out.
Where was your origin story?
New Jersey, Bergen County. Yeah, North Jersey.
Nice.
Definitely not like the open land we have out here in certain spots, like when you go further east. So when you say the ranch, like ranches, like it's super, like that area's super cool because like it's like I remember going to the ranch and just loving to be up there, also just because of the open space. And it's Oklahoma, nothing there, but just the open space is just
Yeah,
like
it feels good.
being from the city, like a city area. It's just so freeing. Like
I've never been to New Jersey. At some point, I'll have to visit.
it's pretty awesome.
Go to the Borgata. Right?
Look, Northeast is special. It is. It's a special part, definitely.
You couldn't have said that in a more northeastern way.
No, it is. It's a remnant. It's a thinking. It's a
Yeah.
thinking about it. Yeah, it's a very like. It's definitely a very special area. Hold a special place in my heart for sure.
Open ender for Bones. Not much else working. Manny with a mystery hand here. Looks like we may have had a misread. Bones has folded, so looks like we've got a graphical issue. We'll get caught up in a moment. Mosquito bets and gets called by, I believe, Manny. Something we've seen a lot of tonight.
And we'll definitely see more hands of it for as long as the game goes.
Josh bets and takes it, shows his hand. And that'll remain a mystery, but all that matters is Mosquito's stacking more chips. He's up 7,200. Never bad when you've piled up 720 big blinds of the straddle.
Yeah, it's
Although we have had 20 on some, but 300 and change big blinds ain't bad either.
something tells me the 20's going to be on the rest of the way.
Bones raises 8-5 suited and gets called in a couple spots. Jack 9, 2 spades. Turns a queen.
Nothing new for Josh.
Yeah,
Card here,
Josh
card there.
makes a pair. Open ender for Manny. He bets it. Gets called by Mosquito. Action going to be moving quick, short-handed here. Mosquito misses, or excuse me, Manny misses, and going to take one more stab. Mosquito presumably going to flick 150 out there and win another pot.
With the I'm just paying off a jack face.
Yeah.
When he oh look, oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Missed draw, I'll take it.
I'll take another 630.
It's funny how sometimes the hands work out. Like just pleasant surprise.
Yeah. Oh man, isn't it nice to get the?
Yeah.
I did not expect to win this one.
Well, it's not even a ton. It's not even like he's just, oh man. It's about being right and wrong, right? It's like, oh, I don't want to be wrong here. It's like, oh okay. Look what we found.
I had a amazing spot like that yesterday. And on the river at Showdown in a bomb pot, I was playing the other board. There were 3 aces on the opposite board, and I had pocket 3s, and my aces full of 3s were good multi-way. So I had the only pair.
That happens in bomb
my
pots
hand.
sometimes. They get bet out of hands.
It was a nice bailout. 3-bet to 250 with the suited ace, and Manny could get in trouble with some spades here. No spades, all the wrong black cards. But Manny does make middle pair. He bets and takes it. For any of you joining us late, we did have a 8-handed table earlier, but a couple players had to leave and everybody else got felted, unfortunately. So these are kind of your winners thus far. Bones basically even. And Josh at this point pretty much just winning all the cash. He's
running away with it.
Had quite the night, made quads back-to-back hands. He's flopped a couple other sets, I believe. At least that I can recall. Raised to 40 for Mosquito, Queen 10. Suited King for Uncle T. Potentially action flop, top and middle pair for Uncle T and Mosquito respectively.
Oh, wow.
Now 2 pair for Mosquito. Bets 100, gets a call. Rivers is safe 7, and
I'm gonna go 250.
I love that size.
Yeah. Gets called.
A little smaller, 200.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just enough.
Can't blame Uncle T.
Just enough the prices to flick the chips in price.
And Mosquito closing in on a 5-figure stack. Just an unbelievable night for that man. Up now 8K. Mosquito actually has a YouTube channel where he's posted some old, well, now it's become old, stream highlights from prior TCH streams. And this, in fact, is not his biggest spin-up. He had one where this will be directionally correct. I believe from about a $2K or $2,500 buy-in, he cashed out over $30K.
Oh wow!
So he's had some other wild nights, but this one's got to be up there.
Proportionally to the table, yeah, it definitely feels like.
Yeah, overwhelming.
To the buy-ins, yeah, it definitely feels like. Got to imagine 4-handed. We're going to have a clash at some point before it's all said and done here. Got about 30 or so minutes left if we go the distance.
And there's trips for Mosquito. Nothing for his opponents, but another big hand. And he's going to try to let his opponents catch up. It checks through to a 5 of clubs turn.
Manny will bet the gut shot in the over. Manny, wow. All right.
And Manny gets there. Wow. Uncle T checks. Manny gonna overbet it. Small pot. And Josh actually folds the trip deuces, and Manny just gonna win the small one.
Josh is on today. He's absolutely on.
He's in the zone.
Yeah, for sure. It came easy to him.
When running good and playing good meet, it equals that pile of chips.
I mean, I say because he bet the gut shot on the turn.
Yeah.
He could pay off the 200 and the 150 if he really. He could.
Yeah, I think he got his payoff out of his system on that earlier hand where he said rebate.
The 400. Yeah. He knew then. He's like, all right, I'm going to pay you here.
Yeah,
we're not going to pay no more.
That's enough.
Yeah.
Uncle T, ace queen in the button. He'll get a chance to make a raise.
Looks at Manny like, how can you fold?
Mosquito Josh will give him action with 8-6 of diamonds, and I fully expect 8-6-6. But
you got a fist pump for the action, too. He's like, thanks for the action.
King, king, 9, and check, check. Turn is a deuce. Another king, and Uncle T is just going to take this down with ace high.
Like, this has been my night. I get a good hand of this.
Uncle T's up 1,200, and nothing to shake a stick at. It's easy in some of these bigger games to look at. I mean, Manny up $1,000. That's not a bad 4-hour session.
I mean, with the way the chips are flying, Josh is. It's pretty good for where Josh is. You could be down 2,000, up 2,000 the way the chips are going in. No, without batting an eye.
And there was a couple folks that left the table down pretty quickly. We had one player join us, and I think probably only play about 20 hands before 1,600 was spread across the table, and that's a set for Bones. Fortunately, Manny with nothing, and now a boat for Bones.
Can't blame you, Manny. When you get checked to twice, I can't really blame you for
min
taking
click.
a stab.
Or excuse me, it's more than min click. I thought Manny had bet a little more, and he does go ahead and call with the ace high. River's a 5, and Manny just ace high here. Yeah, Bones goes for the overbet, targeting if somehow Manny made a rivered 7-8 straight, I would imagine, is one of the possibilities he's considering.
It's like almost the only way to get action from lighter hands is by putting more chips in to make it look bluffy.
Yeah, and the other thing too is one thing you'll notice seemingly at a lot of low stakes games, overbets tend to be weighted toward value, but players like Bones, Ginny, who was with us earlier, just two examples, they definitely balance it. I've seen them do overbet bluffs as well as for value, of course. So something you'll see out of more advanced players for sure.
It happened a few times tonight through this stream.
I did the bomb pot. They had their first ever bomb pot only.
Mosquito 10-8 suited. It's good enough to sprinkle in $35.
Oh my God.
Uncle T with the jacks.
Right on the cusp of cash.
It's going to make the mid-conversation raise.
Sprinkle the 80 in.
A little $80 sprinkle.
It was like
Three ways
from
to
like
this flop of
straight
10-8 deuce. And top two for Mosquito and Uncle T in a tough spot here versus the man who cannot miss tonight.
He's the man who crushes
And
boards.
pretty wet board, so yeah, he's going to go ahead and flat. He's playing with a little bit of fire on a board like this, but not in this particular case. Now, this might be a saving card for Uncle T. Queen rolls off. $375 from Uncle T, and Mosquito going to make the very calm, cool, collected flat. River is not a 9 for Uncle T or a jack, and they're just going to go check, and Uncle T can't believe it.
Yeah.
Mosquito now over $10,000 in his stack from a, I believe, $1,500 start. Yeah, he's up $8,700.
Yeah.
What an unbelievable heater.
I mean, that makes some sense. On the 10, I think it makes a lot of sense on the 10-8 deuce board to be okay with checking from the re-raise or pre-flop, right? Pretty not capped, but I mean, in this place, you know, you can imagine it's only so many hands coming from that player specifically. So
yeah, and the hand transpired sort of quickly to get too in depth with it, but Uncle T does have better two pairs there. The turn did bring in some straights. You know, his 10-8 suited, or 10-8 two pair, excuse me, is feels more vulnerable than it looked from our end, of course.
for sure. There's a Manny and Bones in the smallest pot of the night.
Yeah, Manny does have a flush draw, pair for Bones. Yeah, smallest spot of the night.
Trying to figure out how there's $2 in there.
Bet and a call. And pair of fours. Going to be good at showdown for Bones.
Oh, they went to 2-5. Okay, that makes sense.
He'll be the beneficiary of $52. 50 now. Two go to Julia. Uncle T winning my lucky number, 444. And we might have to expand this graph for Manny and Mosquito if we keep playing much longer. We're going to be off the chart.
Off the page.
You want to put on something besides the same increments of time. And then you want to put the
22 on.
22, that's right. I forgot about that.
one.
Double shadow.
Ace-9 versus 6 deuce, and 6 deuce top, or excuse me, bottom two pair, and quickly checks through 10 of spades. Manny will bet. Quick call from Uncle T. River is a counterfeiting 7 for Manny's hand.
4 flush. 4 flush counterfeiting
just a
7.
Terrible river card for your 6 deuce two pair.
Can't really. Julia can't go through the deck and find a worse card.
Yeah, really. Yeah, it's kind of like when you let's say you have top pair or over pair or something, and there's a obvious flush and straight draw, and the turn or whatever river rolls off, and it's the flush and straight completing card. You're like, good grief. I asked, and in your head you're like, no 9 or no spade, and then it's the 9 of spades.
9 of spades.
Yeah, couple of 8s for Bones. He'll make the raise. Manny going to come along with 8-6.
This is a good time when no one's stopping for their shoes.
Patty, there was a 2K cap on this game, and the games are open to the public. Patty in chat asks.
That's right. Call Mosquito Joe today, and not only will you have no mosquitoes, but you will have run good at poker.
As Manny bets and takes it.
Guaranteed earn money back. I probably shouldn't say that, so he's going to play.
Don't put a warrant.
Didn't feel like.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, there we have it. Pocket eights versus King 4 suited of Jenny. Mosquito winning the biggest outright pot of the night,
That's big.
as well as the
Yeah.
second biggest outright pot.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, starting at
Uncle T's on the board with the queen deuce.
Hey. Yeah, he got max value out of that queen deuce. So
For sure, yeah.
I started out playing online, and one of the first.
He is in for what it's worth, like positionally at this four-handed table. He's just in a good spot, I think, being in between the two people who have the most ability to jump out the window with hands.
yeah, and chips typically flow left, and Josh. They haven't been flowing anywhere except for towards Josh, really. But having the big stack on your right is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
So I rip it, get like
2 pair for Manny.
give it back up the starting stack and slowly lose all that. Did that all night long until like 4 in the morning and drank for free the whole time.
Patty says, tempted to drive to TCH right now for some food. Well, certainly have to recommend it. I assume you've already had it, but if for anybody listening that's not had the food here at TCH, it is an unbelievable menu and quality and price point.
So what did you
I
say?
enjoyed the Cajun salmon before the stream.
So a wonderful all-around experience, you said.
A wonderful all-around experience.
Well, if you're hungry, Patty, we also have a seat open, as you can see.
Yeah, yeah. Just don't play pots with Josh. Manny with a couple of 10s.
Okay, it's better than
Makes the race to 80. Mosquito's going to give him some action with an ace. I saw the 6 in the window, and I totally expected another 6 behind it, but just one pair for Mosquito, and not going to be folding a pair. In fact, he's going to raise, and Manny quickly calls the raise. 8 of diamonds on the turn.
There's my 3-8. Oh boy.
Another bet from Manny, and Josh looking at his cards like he's falling out of love with them, but Manny, tough player to fold a pair of 6s in this spot too.
Put a club out there.
And this is the type of scenario we talked about earlier where Manny tends to get a little more value than a lot of other people would have. And I think Manny has just ripped it. And
That's a sick rip. Can I say it so plainly? What was in the middle was 692?
Ask for a club, she gives me a
yeah,
2200?
yeah, that's the type of rip that it's going to get you in trouble in a lot of spots if
reason to believe I don't have both.
somehow Mosquito River 2 pair there. It'd be
Yeah.
a similar scenario like we saw earlier when Josh rivered a straight and a player bluff jammed. So
I mean, I only say that because you get a short-handed loose action. You also players loose action. So it's like any card.
well, and also in theory, I mean, unless Manny thought he was turning his hand into a bluff, he had a ton of showdown value in a short-handed game with a pair of 10s there on the river, and you kind of have to ask yourself,
What calls you
When-
there?
is there a hand that calls you that you ever beat? And the answer is no in that particular spot, but it does work out. Manny will win a small one.
And a dime. Grab 5-6.
Well, Patty, good luck in Vegas.
Patty, we welcome you either way. I'm a little curious, are you the Patty from Leander? There's a Patty that plays here a lot that lives in my neighborhood in Leander, so I'm just curious if it's the Patty I'm thinking of. But either way, glad to have you in chat, and good luck in Vegas.
Good job, left hand side.
Raised 75 by Bones with the suited King 8. It's a call from Mosquito with the King 10 suited. And he will flop the middle pair, but top pair for Manny.
All right.
Backdoor diamonds for Bones. And Manny's going to play a little tricky here with the top pair. Mosquito turns trips, and Manny's under-repped his ace. Bones going to go ahead and bet, picking up the flush draw, and this could get spicy. River's a brick, and trip 10 still good here for Mosquito. Bones misses his draw. Mosquito going to go for, once again, some more value. And Manny counting out a raise, and just what I thought may happen when he under-repped the ace, checking it on the flop, and Mosquito can't believe he's being raised. He snap calls and shows the trip 10s, and he's going to win a $2,200 pot. And before too long, he's going to be at 11,000 in his stack. He's up 9,100. Unbelievable for this game. Essentially, at this juncture, the only winner.
Clear, yeah. I have no comment.
I mean, Manny and Uncle T up a tad, Bones even, and we've had a few players get felted, and all the chips in the 3-seat or 4-seat.
They're all magnetized down to the 4-seat. Every chip is just going.
Sounds like we might have a wire loose. We'll check on that, see if we can't help it. Made a little adjustment here. Let us know if the audio continues to have issues. Top set for Bones, and some backdoor potential for Manny, including the gut shot. Huge hand for Bones. $250 gets called, and turn is a 4 of hearts. No help to Manny. He's going to lead into Bones, it appears. And he goes big. $700 from Manny, and Bones, music to his ears. Yeah, Bones just going to rip. He only had 1,500, and not a whole lot Manny can do here. He's got a double gutter. But getting some pretty crazy pot odds at this point. It's 700 to win about 3,900 or so. He makes the call, and Manny gonna need a lot of help. Or Bones about to win a $4,000 pot. run it once, and King of Hearts is no help, and Bones flopping. Oh, they are going to run it twice, and the 10 is also no help. Bones going to take down the whole thing. 4,072 going to be added to Bones' stack, and apparently we still have an audio issue, so I'm going to do another trick here to see if we can fix it, and we'll be back in just a second.
And then I'm back. Okay.
All right, let us know. Hopefully that fixed the audio issue. Let us know in the chat, please. Julia going to count down Bones' stack and get him paid. So we do now have another winner. Bones up $2,100.
It's up and down 2,000 is very possible in this game.
Yeah, Bones
Once
playing the steady and solid, wins the race, and
Yes, sir.
like you said early on in the stream, always just has a very calm demeanor, and one of the most well-known, respected local players, and he's been in these spots an innumerable number of times, so nothing shakes him. Krill Gill, thanks for calling out the audio issue. Glad to know it's fixed. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Now that you can hear me, Kyle Frisbee joining you with Michael Ricciardi. Here in Austin, Texas, we'll be with you a few more minutes till around 10 o'clock Central. Playing a little shorthanded at this point. Josh has felted everybody.
No shortage of action, though.
No shortage of action for sure. And kind of knew that even shorthanded there was going to be some type of clash at some point, and top set for Bones going to be the beneficiary. Pair of nines on this board for Bones. Manny, ace high. And there's another boat for Bones. The nines treating him well.
Oh, wow. Down by 2, they cut up?
Well, normally I'd say back-to-back boats, something to marvel at, but Josh with back-to-back quads earlier has set a very high bar for what we're going to see tonight.
He couldn't even believe it when he saw it.
Yeah, it was almost sheepish, like, quads again. Ace Jack for Uncle T on the button.
Get a standard 40. There's the standard 40.
Suited Jack Deuce for Manny. Good enough to make the call. Mosquito in there with the Jack 10. And King Jack 7. Everybody with a pair of jacks.
Uncle T in the middle.
And a ton of fun to play middle pair versus Manny and Mosquito on a wet and getting wetter board. It's going to keep firing.
It's furthest thing from fun.
Yeah.
It's the furthest thing.
It's at about a little less than 1/3 pot bet. Gets called by Manny. Josh out of there. And the 4 flush comes, and Uncle T still good. And Manny, he loves to lead in these spots when a scare card comes, but does not in this case. Check back. And Uncle T's going to win.
Uncle T
Nice
is
hand.
the happiest check back of
Oh, my
his
goodness.
existence.
I think he almost sprained his finger on the table
On the
with that check back.
With the fast check back.
Yeah, I would have too.
That's what poses the threat between those two guys is like your marginal spots. It could get expensive.
Just so uncomfortable.
Yeah, it could get so tight in those marginal spots with those types of players leading into each other, and you can end up overfolding.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, strategy is try to keep yourself out of bloated pots when you're uncomfortable, and look for the spots where you can try to pile money in, and you're ahead.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got a new player going to join us for at least a few hands before we conclude tonight. I think I recognize the player. Get his name in a moment. As Frank gets him set up. Frank doing the action tracking in the back. You see him on the left side of your screen a moment ago, doing a great job. Middle pair for Mosquito and 9 high for Manny. Bet and take it.
Exact same hand. I don't know those same suits. Okay, so I had the reverse suit.
I think Josh winning so money, he just shows every hand because he's like,
Can't believe
being a little charitable to his opponents. Like, hey, you should at least know what you're losing to.
Yeah.
I can at least do that for you. I've got everybody's money. Queen jack off and top pair for Manny, and we speed ahead. He'll take it down. And then there were, bones, graphic incorrect at this point. I believe he is up actually about that same amount. So he's, looks like we had an issue adding TY to the stream, but Bones winning, I believe, 2,000. Got to be sure we get that right. If you bet on Bones to win or lose on Poly Market.
We got the stream up there?
Yeah, you can bet all the players. No, just I need to be careful with the algorithm.
Fair.
3-bet to 110 from Manny, gets a call from Mosquito, and potentially action flop here. Gutter, 2 overs for Mosquito. Pair, back doors for Manny. And Mosquito just rips it. Manny, of course, sitting on just 637, but
I mean, Manny will make the call.
Manny's going to make the call.
Manny's not folding here.
It's going to win 2 out of 3 times. They're going to run it twice.
Twice for fun.
And Manny drawing dead versus Josh. Does get half. Obviously kidding, referring to how Mosquito's been running tonight, and they'll not chop it. Manny does win the whole thing. Nice pickup for him.
What's that? Quite a few outs. Man, how do you call there? Well, that was a good spot to jam it in. I was putting you on a hand like that, and I figured a jam wouldn't be able to call that. Nice call. Tilted? Tilt call?
Josh,
I
you can
got a
find the
pair,
call,
he's
Josh.
probably got an overpair on.
Yeah, that
You could definitely find a call with
middle
less.
pair was a snap.
Yeah,
It's like find a call. It's like I have the nuts here. It's enough for me, he said.
love the
Literally my brain went.
I also have the backdoor flush draw.
That is 6% equity.
Emergency call.
Four ways to a Jack 7 flop. Nobody connecting. Checks through quickly to the 9 of clubs on the turn, which does give the nut flush draw to Bones, along with ace high, which is the best hand. Open ender for Uncle T. He will make the call. River's a brick, but actually not a brick. It does double pair the board, so Bones going to be good with 2 pair and the ace.
That's how I've been all night.
A lot of blood on the streets, MMA. Yeah, definitely. If Josh was the magnet for chips, just getting people to bet into him at the right time. It's cards hand over hand, player versus player. Just Josh had plenty of good spots.
Yeah, there's been a few firsts. Obviously, the back-to-back quads for Josh earlier was one of them, and also the answer to your question was kind of in graphical form earlier when we got to, it was either 4 or 5-handed, and everybody was winning on the graphic. And that tells you one thing. The folks who had departed had been felted, and most of those chips had migrated over to Mosquito Josh. And Uncle T is going to try to migrate some chips in his direction. He's got queens. Haven't really seen a premium pair in some time. Bones makes the call with a big hand buster, 5-4 of diamonds, and that's the type of flop he's looking for. 7-7 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Damn it, I told you this once.
225 from Uncle T, gets a quick call from Bones. Yeah, I was about to say, could pick up more outs on the turn. Now, combo draw for Bones. He's got an open ender with the diamond draw. $375 from Uncle T. And Bones just going to flat. Big pot brewing, 1,500 in the middle, and the river's a diamond for Bones.
Great card for Bones.
Uncle T just, we were talking about cards you want to avoid in something doing both. You want no overcard to your queen and no diamond, and king of diamonds was both. And that's going to be a big pot for Bones. Calls with the flush, 3,500 headed his way. Uncle T can't believe it.
Yeah, that's a tough river card. Not an ace, so it doesn't stand out as much. Yeah, king's scarier to queens, but it's just not the ace. That makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, so you can get away with thinking you could still be good. But the diamond. Tough.
I almost jammed that.
Yeah, I think, hindsight's 20/20. Seeing the cards makes you sound, or at least attempt to sound smarter. But on the river there, I think Uncle T could bet less as a block size. If you get raised by the flush, you can just lay down the queens pretty easily.
Yeah.
Bones in a pot versus him, where he's the pre-flop aggressor, is not going to have a lot of sevens, so the flush draw makes the most sense. But got most of the money in ahead with queens, and just Bones with a ton of outs after that turn card. Uncle T jamming with the king jack offsuit, and Manny sitting here with ace 10.
That's a super premium
Just
for Manny.
Yeah, just and short-handed ace 10 looks a little better. Of course, Uncle T, not the player profile to be doing this with a ton of hands worse than ace 10, although this being one of those cases. Pretty much even stacks. I just don't see Manny folding here. I see you shaking your head, Mike.
Up and down, yes. Up and down. Definitely. He's not. We're gonna see all five here, guys.
Yeah, we're gonna get ready.
We're gonna see all five.
Yeah, here we go. We're running it twice.
Yep. Your favorite 60-40.
Is poker ever fair? Do we chop this one?
I mean, he flopped gin on the on the one before.
Jack for Uncle T, 10 for Manny.
Did he run it once?
No, they're running it
They
twice.
are running it
Yeah,
twice?
yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I didn't see the two. That's why I didn't see what you did.
Uncle T can exhale. He's going to get at least half. And there's two queens, second board. And there's
Bang, a
another
jack. Jack is
and
good
Uncle
for this.
T going to win a $3,600 pot.
Scoop.
Very unlucky for Manny.
What queens did we say? No queens. No, I'm saying in general, like last hand, right? Queens? Don't worry about the queens.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the
cares?
queens. Yeah.
Uncle T winning 725 now. And actually, Bones up 4,000. So correction to his stack. Shows him about even, but
We know he's in for about 2.5, right? There's what it was.
I think he's
Two.
in for 2. So yeah, he's up about 4,500.
Jacking off is worth risking 1,600.
It is a low bet to make.
Josh, we put it in with way worse. This stream has gotten in with way worse.
It's true. There's been more behind her for sure.
I mean, King Jack versus Ace 10 for 3,000 makes sense. In this. This is what it is. This is the game we're playing. This is with the players. They're definitely getting it in.
Yeah, I think Uncle T got maybe bailed out a little bit on a I'll ask him later, but maybe a little bit of a tilt rip there after the queens got cracked by Bones' flush, but he may have had his other reasons. Either way, all the chips pushed his direction. That's what matters at the end of the day.
Well, sometimes you just got to get it in, run it twice to get that out of you, to get that feeling out of you. Win a board, bad beat someone, gets rid of the tilt. Uncle T with the ace.
Wow.
Look at this after losing with queens, ripping ace 10.
You know, sometimes you just got to put some chips in the pot and good things happen.
Once you get warmed up, people start giving you action, and then you wake up to a hand like this. It's Uncle T's turn.
Goes with the min raise and gets a call from Manny, and Bones with 2 8s, also flats.
We have everybody.
And this is
Hand
a
of the night
dangerous
potential.
spot for aces.
Hand of the night potential. Oh, brother.
Set for Bones.
9-10
Uncle
for
T
Josh.
coming off the double up.
Everyone got something except for Manny.
Checks through it. I think Uncle T might be trying to pot control a bit here. Certainly should be thinking about it. Bones now, he's got to protect his set. He's going to go ahead and raise. Quick call from Uncle T, and River's a 6, pairing the board and giving a boat to Bones, and Uncle T's going to lead into Bones again, 600, and here comes the boom. And that 6 also allows Uncle T to believe he now beats any other turned or flopped 2 pairs, of course not including a 6. And there it is, 2,100 is going to be the price, and Uncle T can't believe it.
Uncle T also with the ace of hearts here for whatever backdoor, even though it wasn't played that way, for whatever backdoor thoughts he'd considered, or it's
Shows the aces.
I don't know, Bones. It's been so freaky all night long.
I mean, Bones was flopping the set regardless.
Does make the fold.
Big fold
Nice
for
lay
T.
down. Bones going to show him that he made the right fold. Nice lay down by Uncle T.
Yeah, and tough to get away. Like, understand the way the pot was played, but it's still tough to get away. The queens, then the ace 10, and it's like it's.
I think you always have to also try to remember, even if you end up heads up on the river, you got to try to remember how you got there.
Yes.
And that was a very multi-way pre-flop and on the flop hand, and your opponents are just going to be showing up with
loaded.
Yeah, with hands that are going to beat one pair pretty often, especially when Bones raises there. And Uncle T had shown a lot of strength, so Bones not going to be bluffing in that spot a whole lot of the time.
That king turn's a scary turn. Could be a scary turn. Not for T, but for Bones with the 8s.
Also do have to wonder, the stacks, of course, would have been different, but I'm not sure if Uncle T makes that lay down before he gets the king-jack bailout.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes.
It was a tough board. Everybody had a piece of that board.
Poker, game of ebbs and flows of emotions, variance, so many factors.
I mean, I've heard I heard this when I was like younger, and it made a lot of sense. It made so much sense to me, and it's obvious. But when it was said to me the first time I ever heard it hit, it's not what you do in the hands that you win. It's how you come back from the hands that you lose, right? Because you seem to learn less when you win hands, but you have the ability to tilt when you lose hands. If you did something wrong, you could be down on yourself. It's really all about what you do. This game is like, yeah, it's getting value, but I also think it's not giving away. I think it's more important is to not give away than to miss.
There's a ton to be said about losing the minimum, and you know, an additional layer to that too is I think sometimes players can run really well and have a winning session and think they played great. It's also important to analyze that and try to come up with where are the spots where maybe you lost some value or you could have played it better even though you still won the hand. It's not too often you should walk away from a poker table just being like, I played perfect tonight.
Yeah.
Although, you know, give yourself a break once in a while. It's okay to feel good about a session. And Mosquito trip sixes. I would like to know, I've lost count how many times Mosquito's had trips
It's like he's
or
dealt them.
quads.
He's dealt them. They're just
Yeah, he's had 3 or 4 of something a lot.
Guess you weren't calling a bad, so. Check was fine.
Use the 5. No winning point. Or the magical 4.
Kyle Frisbee and Michael Ricciardi with you tonight. We've got just a few more hands. We appreciate all of you who've hopped in the chat and are watching us live on YouTube and, of course, in the future as well. Give us a like, subscribe to the channel. We're with you from Austin, Texas, every Wednesday night, 6 to 10 Central.
I showed 3, 4, and deuce 6.
Yeah, definitely. MMA, definitely. I mean, I would say like big hands depending. It's harder to fold when you don't necessarily know like if you don't have the knowledge and know the spots that you're in, it's tough to fold. I think it's significantly harder to come back from a loss in a hand or tilting for that matter. It's because like we're in a game of competition and there's egos in competition, and you really have to have yourself under control to be able to come back from hands that maybe the guy hit a 5%er on you, or maybe you kind of let somebody get there you feel you shouldn't have. Just gotta leave the ego at the door and really just try to take each hand one at a time. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, and
learn
also not be results oriented. I mean, if
Sure.
you get it all in good and the run out doesn't work in your favor, focus on the fact that you got it in good, and if you keep playing a style of poker that allows you to do that often enough, if you get yourself in that spot 1,000 times and you were ahead, you should be pretty profitable at the end of that sample size.
Yeah, I mean, even like I don't think anybody should mind losing. I mean, obviously play with what you can afford to play with. I don't think anybody should mind losing if they studied the hands and they got the money in good. That's all you can ask for. You cannot be results oriented. A percentage is just what it is. It's a percentage. You're not guaranteed to win. You are guaranteed that percentage, and that's all we want. You know, we just want the percentage. We want to run it 100. We want to run it 1,000 times, and hopefully we put the money in right.
Yeah, and also sometimes if you got caught bluffing in a spot that you studied and that you want to continue to bluff in and should work a high percentage of the time and it just didn't that time, also try not to be, if they always say if you never get caught bluffing, you're probably not bluffing enough.
Preach, brother. Preach.
So certainly you can have some downswings in those cases, as we've got ace high versus ace high here for TY ahead. This will be our last no limit hold'em hand, and we'll finish on a bomb pot. Hand number 109. TY will lay down the ace 4 of hearts. Manny will take down a small one, and We'll move to the final hand of the night. Double board PLO bomb pot. Want to thank Julia in the box, dishing out the cards tonight. Frank back in the action tracking room. Saw him on screen briefly earlier as well.
Tyler Mitchell, our other dealer. Tyler Mitchell, our other dealer from earlier.
Tyler kicking things off in the box tonight. Doing a nice job.
You know, 2000, I think it was 2023, I want to say. I think it was 2023. Tyler dealt the final hand of the World Series.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a
final hand.
cool fact.
Yeah.
Shoot, that's
We're very
I'm
lucky
gonna
to
have to
have
ask
him.
him for an autograph
We're-
now. That's quite the resume.
We're very lucky to have him here. We need one more board, girl. All right, there we go.
No limit.
Well, that's a pretty big flop for 10-8 of diamonds on the top board for TY.
Uncle T, 3 of a kind queens on the bottom board.
He's gonna bet 2 1/4. Check that 250. String bet.
Here comes Manny.
Yeah, Manny's got a pair of queens on the bottom, queen high diamonds on top.
Oh, Manny, up top 96 full house. Oh, dear.
Oh yeah, and missed the 2 pair. That's big turn card for Manny. Uncle T.
Looks like the maximum.
250 times 3. She got there.
750 is the wager.
Manny giving
Manny's
me
all
in.
in.
The button.
Uncle T's all in. Should be a chop pot a lot of the time, and that it is. Queen's full for Uncle T on the bottom. 9's full for Manny up top. They'll chop up $3,900 for the final hand of the night, and that'll conclude things from TCH Social here in Austin. Want to thank the staff yet again. Jesse there, one of the managers, putting together the staff that runs everything on the back end, as well as the dealers. Saying hi to Julia. It was the night of Josh. All the chips migrated over to the 4 seat. Back-to-back quads. Go back and watch it if you missed it. Well, that'll conclude things from Austin, Texas. I'm Kyle Frisbee, joined by Michael Ricciardi in the booth tonight. Have a great night, everybody.
Thank you again. Have a great night.